Jesús, Él me elegé. Me voltare nera ute, El oldas me sergau. Virgen María,
Hey, Kiranova? Palauan? Fan of Palau? Welcome! And welcome, folks. Let me get the game up and started. And sorry, good music. Gotta put you on pause for the time being. So, as the title says, I've actually gone around and figured out how the voting overlay works, so we can do that from now on. With the boyfriend over and Christmas, there's like a bunch of OBS stuff I haven't made as much progress in as I should have, but at least that's working. Not Palau, but love the country? Well, I appreciate the love for it. It's a fantastic place. I haven't gotten to the part yet where it features for like 5 seconds, but I was watching Retrograde Tom play this other week, and when he got to that part, I did a double take. It's like, what? Wait, what? My homeland mentioned in a video game in 2021? What is this? So of course I latched right onto it. It's literally like a 5-second thing on a piece of treasure or something. But you don't often see it in video games, so insta buy for me. Dead end, Mind Palace is my compass. So it says, but the Mind Palace hasn't helped out yet. Because last night we got stumped. Because I think I have the facts of this case, but I can't quite express my interpretation in the little bits to put in. And Mother's love appears to also be stalled, but as far as plot stuff goes, we've gone to the cemetery, did a few side cases, and been to the police station, but we haven't been to the Chronicle or the City Hall, and I'm hoping that maybe either of those could kickstart the progress, because this feels way too early in to be stalled. Let me do a quick check over here, make sure things are working good. Good, alright. What time is it? There was a time earlier. It's like, what, after midnight? After midnight is a perfect time to check in on the Chronicle. British administration built an exclusive resort. Oh, so this is British administered. Alright. So I wasn't far off then in worrying that if my version of Sherlock plays police and sends people to the police, that it probably means the super bloodthirsty British justice of the Sierra. Chronicle? Okay, good. They do have midnight staff.
Stop the presses. Who is Cordona's handsome stranger? Or nosebagger spurns local life? Wait, no. Foppish foreigner hides dark past.
That's the one. Go for it.
Oh, you've made quite the impression already, Mr. Holmes. You care to tell your side of the story?
What
I'm
about,
quite
like,
certain I have no
loitering?
idea as to what you refer, and
At a
I'm
cemetery
further
for, like, 2
certain
days
I
straight?
have no interest in indulging your gossip.
Gossip. The truth will come out, but will only be heard if told well. Scandal, daring-do, romance. These are the tools of every good journalist. Nothing travels faster or lasts longer than a great story. Young man, your tale will be told with or without you. My readers demand it.
You already knew my name and seem aware of my doings here in Cordona. I presume this newspaper is your little endeavor?
Yasmin Sertel, editor-in-chief of the Cordona Chronicle. Advocate of the free press, voice of the people, scourge of the silk stocking.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Repertoire,
As an
like already.
advocate of the free press, I trust you'll permit me to consult your archives? There are gaps in my knowledge of Cordona.
Oh, so my work does have merit. Well, I think we can strike a bargain. I shall provide you access, and you let me keep writing about your exploits.
So be it.
Brooding bachelor builds bridges. Now that's character development.
I guess I owe you my gratitude.
What can I say? I've always enjoyed working with the Holmes.
Does that mean she knew
They
Mom?
whisper such interesting things.
Mom? Or maybe Mycroft, since he was what, 20? Back in the day? Zora's Archives. I like the decor. This warm red they got going on here that's not too bright. Hey, John.
I'll be right here.
It turns out that John's dislike actually matters. I haven't spoiled myself too much, but apparently that's the thing that's tracked. So, all the John dislikes that we got for trying to figure out that grave thing. Alright, John, it's new to the game is all. So what have we got going here? What would this fall under? Mind Palace, we just got John, the missing records, and Mom allegedly dying tuberculosis. That was the paper, wasn't it? So maybe we could use... What evidence do we have? Policeman in front of Manor. Grand Surrey. Memory of the policeman. Brother Mycroft's letter. Maybe something about the missing police files? There was an investigation. So maybe the investigation might have been mentioned? Funeral... What have we got? Recent, current year. Mom would have died when? When did Mom die? 1869. So old archives. People... She was known through town, but what was she again? They might have mentioned. Official or celebrity? Section? Obituaries maybe. Obituaries about Mom. In the Grand Surrey. Old archives, obituary, Grand Surrey. Nothing. No! If not obituaries. Was she an official or celebrity? Commoner? Well, John's not gonna like that guesswork. Pretty sure it's old archives. Front page, maybe? There weren't too many people at her funeral, though, so I can't imagine it being front page news. Articles and interviews? No? How much does John hate me now? New entry in John's journal. Thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down. Okay. Violet Holmes. 1869, Grand Surrey. So if not that. Maybe something about the home? It's definitely old archives. Definitely Grand Surrey. Unless maybe skip the Grand Surrey part and stick to the two. Evidence and 3 search criteria. Let me review. What have we got? Missing records about Mom's death. Always thought Mother had tuberculosis. Mycroft said it's what killed her. John can't help me now. Mother's love. Mycroft leaves nothing for me. Was an investigation. Vogel. Hospitality crypts of nothing. Let me see. Because these icons mean stuff. Search in the location. Search for location. Inquire. Pin. Search this in archives. Book is search this in archives. Photo we haven't had to do yet. Find use for item. Key person. Concentration. Open book is search this in archives. Talk to people. Search for location. I don't have open book, huh? Somewhere there isn't anything to search in archives just yet then. Report number, search for location, did that already. So I think for this one, it's just get the right answer. But the layout is so open-ended to have multiple interpretations. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Place is busy for 3 a.m. Missing police files find? Or is it this like kind of bug that means... Maybe there isn't anything I can do here yet. Period. Older archives. Articles and interviews of the Grand Soiree. Nothing. Advertisements of the Grand Soiree? Nothing. Sorry, John. I'm trying my best. John is not very kind to new players. No, there's nothing I got. I got nothing. Maybe City Hall? John's diary, how bad is it? Sherlock knows I hate time spent tediously scanning papers. He could do it faster. Is he trying to avoid me? John, I'm not, I promise. There's a failed arrest, consequences, history. No? Well... Maybe City Hall might have something for me then. Will John mind if I talk to the editor-in-chief?
I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
Maybe it's that we could have gone to the police or City Hall or the Chronicle to find the house. City Hall haven't been to. Just turn around and straight on down to the west. Newspapers?
All the newspapers are sold out.
Haven't made any story progress since, so no newspapers for me. It feels like I really shouldn't be as stumped as I am. But ah well, stumped I am. Okay, next turn. The barbier. Looks like a little church. Maybe City Hall has a big statue and a fence? Nah, it's not that one. Or maybe it is, but on the other end. Big plaza? Or garden and foyer? This could be back entrance. Because that's that, right? Yeah, that's that. And there's no interaction prompt with the door. Side entrance. That's probably rear entrance then. How's the front look? There we go.
Does it look remotely familiar to you?
Should it?
Concentrate, Sherry.
New case. Silence is golden.
Does it look remotely familiar to you?
Is it a main one? Cordona Stories. A walk to the City Hall Square has unleashed an old memory. Concentrate and recall it. What does it want from me? Pin this, look at this, find this. Okay, I pinned this. There's a lot of
A large
people.
crowd gathered.
For what? A proclamation for the balcony? Who's this? That's you,
I was
Shirley.
here, young and passionate about the truth. Mycroft stood close to me. He was keen on my attending every official event, that I might prepare myself for the Crown service.
So he was grooming me to be a
Lucky for you, that was
spy.
the last time he did it.
There was a stage here, a tribute.
Oh, excuse me. Fake smile, of course, is a politician.
The governor gave his speech there. He was lying through his teeth and nobody noticed, or didn't want to, but I noticed.
Oh,
I was
Charles
extremely
Sherlock.
irritated by his lies.
Thinks he
I
knows
shouted
the
my
world.
opinions very loudly for everyone to hear.
But they all knew already.
Wild.
So this is Mycroft grooming me for the government service to cause public upsets. Sup, John?
Concentrate, Sherry.
Was that good or bad, Mycroft?
Just angry but calm.
Oh.
Led me away from the stage.
And then gave him a belting?
He told me that I should keep my mouth shut. And that silence is golden. I couldn't stand for that.
Behold, Sherlock
Izoku?
Holmes' famous adherence to justice was born here.
What, does the extension still say I'm not playing it? Extension, please. Where's the settings? There's the gameplay. I'm logged in. Enable streaming, enables, yeah, it's on. It's all on. Maybe because the game wasn't on when the stream started, and then came on afterwards? Because that means you've been lurking all night. Huh. Oh well, the important thing is that at least the extension is operable and works. I had no clue there was an extension, and there was no documentation on the Frogware site or on Google because Google is just ads these days. So, finding the extension and finding out it works, victory, I'll take it.
Are
Hello,
you lost,
miss?
sir?
Yes.
Not at all. I'm right
desperately.
where I need to be. I'm Sherlock Holmes, by the way.
Ursula
Cockiness.
Oni, the chief archivist. How can I help you exactly?
I need to take a look at the history of Cordona and its islanders to retrieve some, hopefully, useful information.
Your brother Mycroft told me that you were direct, and now that we've met, I can see that is true.
Mycroft said I'd
Someone
be here.
in our family has to balance the evasive nature of my brother. Well, may I use the city archives?
You may, of course, but in return, Perhaps dinner?
Ooh.
That's a high price to pay for looking at your archives.
Dude, Sherlock, she's cute. Take it.
I was teasing you.
Ah. There's a YouTube video. See, but I never look at YouTube stuff when I'm Googling. If I'm Googling, then I'm looking for, like, textual information or a source on things. If I want a YouTube video, I'd search YouTube. Oh well. Where's the archives? Archive. Hey, John, don't be too
I'll be
upset.
right here.
If it takes me forever to sort this out. Okay, so what do we have? City Hall Square memory. Mycroft used to take me to a lot of official events. He said I ought to learn how to behave in high society, so I might later become a proper soldier in the pointless war service to the crown. Caught our old governor in a lie. The governor's authority was crushed, and re-election became inevitable. So that was Mycroft's ploy then, to use child me as a time bomb to upset the local governmental order and tighten British control. It's funny, but in the colonial history of Palau, the Brits are actually the only ones who didn't have a period of time where they held ownership over the islands in some capacity. They wrecked, had some fun, took Libu back, then mostly just stopped by for like trades and supplies. Unlike the Spanish or the Japanese or the Germans or the Americans. Okay, what have we got? What else can we use? Only the City Hall Square memory, that's the only thing. Okay. Oh, they got the whole period of the stuff here. British in the 1800s, so it is still British controlled. Hospitallers, Ottomans and Venetians, and anything before the 1300s is ancient. No, there's no local control outside of foreign powers. It's ancient, it's prehistory, it doesn't count. British. Give me British history on officials, maybe? Where was this? City Hall Square. That's Scaladio, right? Nothing! Okay, John doesn't hate me too much. That's really the only evidence I could use here, though? That's really the only evidence I could use here. But it's archived now, right? We've already got that solved. So we can't ask about our mother's love? Or anything else going on? Memories. Oh, now you can choose other things. Shattered memory. Brother's letter. Funeral, maybe? Death? In the British era? In the Grand Surrey? Of citizens? Officials? Others? No, so... Legal documents? Legal documents of moms? But then what would I look for? The missing police files? Our home? John is gonna hate me so much after all this. New entry, new entry, new entry. John, I'm so sorry. I'm doing my best here, man. Help me out. What did I do in a previous life to deserve this dusty tomb, this cursed confinement amid yellowing papers, moths, and misery? Fine, John, I'll leave. I'm just trying to make some progress. Deputy Chief Archivist? Oh, I can't visit them. Miss, could you point me in the right direction? And John keeps getting angry at me and I can't help it.
I'm curious, how did Mycroft recruit you? I doubt you're a field agent. I imagine you work with intelligence.
That's correct. Your brother noticed me when I tracked down a spy at the archives. That's how our cooperation began. And you? Did Mycroft force you into this?
Not at all. We simply have a mutual interest in someone.
Mycroft wants me
Or
home.
something.
He doesn't want this.
Of course. A fruitful and willing collaboration, I'm sure.
Well, I'm his younger brother. I have to accept the consequences of being a close relative of an official figure.
I suppose, in a way, we are colleagues, Mr. Holmes.
In the remotest way possible, Miss Oni.
That's it? Nothing else? You just get an autosave? Not even a note? To go upstairs. It's got the velvet rope. I'm too British to ignore the queue or the rope. I have to honor it. Now there's nothing to the left. British envoy Thomas Norton is out. Chief archivist is up front. Maybe going to City Hall and getting this one memory here is enough to open one of the doors blocked off by past traumas at home. Whose pompous statue is this? Feels like a William something or other.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect them all and return for more.
Okay, John, you pull, I'll sit in here. John? John? Lazy. What use is having a figment of my imagination if he's not gonna help out? Stonewood Manor, do we have any more memories around here? No more ghosts haunting about? Ghosts of the trees? No. There's no one and nothing. Okay, did we get any new doors open? Back is sealed.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Maybe if I buy more furniture and put out the house, it'll trigger some memories that might unlock some doors.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can... Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
The ceiling's different there, but it's also different here, so probably not important. Why do I keep feeling this room's important?
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago.
Is it
Wait,
here that John says
Do
that?
we have an attic here?
But I see nothing interactable, no memories. There's an inkwell, that's nothing. That's the missing family portrait. We'll probably get to buy it. Nothing in the front. This umbrella's up. Oh, I didn't look at this before.
One of the first things I saw when entering this house as a child. It's like deja vu.
Another memory incoming, Sherry.
Was that
Strange.
it?
I struggle to recall anything about the day we moved in. The only detail I'm sure of is that it was raining early that morning.
Was that it? We were only missing this coat hanger? Wow. After scouring the room how many times? Pin? Remember our first day in Cordona? It was that easy. I just didn't see this.
There was always a hat on our stand, but I'm sure it did not belong to Mycroft.
And that's a man's hat. That's not Mom's. Who else was here?
Our mother brought a slew of belongings with her. She refused to leave a single thing in London. Mycroft had to spend the whole day dealing with it.
Look, Sherlock, it's not dealing with it. That's your mother, man. A chair? Was that Mom's? Was Mom bedridden here? Recovering from her tuberculosis?
This trip was a challenge for
Oh,
our mother.
Mom.
I tried to help her.
Do you feel it? Is it the air shimmering, or is it my imagination?
She was in a chair, but there's no ramps. Don't tell me she was stuck downstairs the whole time. Hey John, what have we got? There's somebody here. Whoever this is. Could it be the boys? A mysterious older gentleman? A doctor, maybe? I'm assuming that's 10 years older Mycroft than Shirley and Invisible John. Maybe mysterious older gentleman. And that'd be Mycroft here, right? You just said so. Dealing with this all day. And little Sherry, who tried to help Mom. While John messes around as always.
Your neighbors will be told that Mrs. Holmes is suffering from tuberculosis.
Will be
It is
told.
common to move closer to the sea in such cases.
Thank you, Dr. Richter. No, Sherlock, step away from her. Upstairs, go to your room.
What does Mycroft know?
Lean on me, Mother. Take your time.
Actually, I never heard her coughing. I remember now.
We arrived in the early morning of a rainy day. Sherry's mother was weak and unsteady, so we tried to help her. Mycroft was very serious while dealing with the luggage. When he saw Sherlock trying to help his mother up, he commanded him to go upstairs to our room. The last person to arrive was a Dr. Otto Richter, who said that the neighbors will believe that Violet has tuberculosis. Sherry just realized that he never heard her coughing. We actually get a door open.
Oh,
Took long
I
enough.
feel dizzy. It's stuffy in here, isn't it?
John, are you all right?
I'll be okay in a minute. How about we find our room in the meantime?
Our room? We actually get to... We get forward progress. We finally get forward progress. What if that's what was missing? What if I can't do thing in area A because I'm missing like ability C from main progress Q or something? Curtain doors. Still blocked off. I think that's the only one upstairs. So downstairs maybe? Still blocked off. No, who was it then? Which door? I saw a door lose its ash. Where were you?
Another one.
Another
There
one.
must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
If that was only... Oh, there it is. Doggo picture!
Look at this. It's like traveling 10 years into the past with a single step. Oddly satisfying. I'll never forget how challenging it was to obtain this simple sketch.
Oh, wait, is that the sketch we did earlier back? So we're already putting out the furniture here? Memories arriving. Mind Palace. No tuberculosis. Mother was not suffering tuberculosis, also known as consumption. Connect them. It was a lie. Mycroft lied. He hid the truth about the death of our mother, and lied when he told me that she died of tuberculosis. Could we connect it then? Oh, we can't. The missing records were consumed by John. No.
Oh, these must be the notes of my earliest
Terriers.
observations.
Aw.
We wanted to locate a particular dog we'd spotted, and we met it, didn't we?
It was missing a claw too, poor baby. VR.
Need to repeat this one day, but with bullets.
Why VR? V is Violet, right? Then who's R? Is that her maiden name?
Sharp and well balanced. It would be a pity to leave such a tool behind.
A pity, but he's going to anyway. And I can't read the letter.
Coal dust from Miner's End, sandy dirt from the old city. We scoured the island top to bottom for these soil samples.
The first chemical laboratory I ever made.
That's a
I
chemical that
almost miss
sprinkles.
its elegant simplicity. Look at this, John. Remember how desperately I wanted to learn the violin? I never had a proper opportunity.
Such a shame. I always hated the rule about being silent in this place.
Is that to say, this is a pre-violin era? Clues here. Robinson Crusoe.
The only fiction book on my table. I can still hear my mother reading it to me. So many pleasant evenings were spent here with the Encyclopedia Americana. Interesting. What's that over there?
A puzzle key. Looks about Skyward Sword style, but not broken up into 5 pieces. Pre-assembled Skyward Sword key.
This doorknob has a cross-shaped end. Too intricate to be merely a handle.
You know what? That definitely looks like a key. Let's poke around and see if we can find any secrets.
A magnificent tool made for a spurious purpose, staring into the sky. I've definitely found a better use for it.
His poor neighbors.
You mean for spying on people?
A balloon?
Oh, it reminds me of our neighbour. He had the same balloon in his yard, only bigger. Do you remember?
Yes. We visited him several times while living here.
This time I was first to pick beds. This one's mine now.
Poor Sherlock has to sleep on the floor. So where's it go? On you? In you? Or on where else could it be? That it? Just the 2 options? Toy blocks. But first, what's the Mind Palace thing? Casebook. Well, a John challenge. We had a hidden treasure somewhere in our room and he dares me to find it. There's no, like, first time go like there is here. Guess the opposite in the first try, prove him wrong. Just find the treasure. Friendly neighbor. We had a neighbor on the island and it was friendly with the family. And he was John. No. And he ate the records. What? Wait, really? While there were no records of my mother's death, we had a family friend at Cardona. He may know something. Okay. That was accidental. Casebook. Casebook. Looking for a family friend. So much forward progress today. An eccentric man named Theodore Gilden. He was missing the little finger in his right hand, and if he still lives here, he may be able to shed some light on our passing. He used to live in one of the neighboring houses near the Greek bridge, and had a gas balloon in his yard. But first, John's challenge.
Wasn't that neighbour missing a finger?
That does sound vaguely familiar. Wasn't his name, Theodore? Theodore Gilden, perhaps?
But
It's
first,
the perfect time to investigate.
2 things to find here. But I'm seeing more than 2 highlights.
Cannot believe all my toys are still here.
Hey, they were not just yours, they were half mine too.
An artifact from Palau carved out of bone and claimed to be 300 years old. My mother proved it was a fake.
Found it. Yeah, that was it. That's the one Palau reference of the game.
An artifact from Palau carved out of bone and claimed to be 300 years old. My mother proved it was a fake.
From a Palau, but we don't really do things like this. There's lots of like wood stuff, lots of bone stuff for like... We do turtle shell, we do like dugong bone. Lots of coconut material, lots of giant clam. Like... Let's be closer. You got your wood material, your coconut weaving, your giant clam. But he does say this is a fake, so... I guess it meshes that it would exactly fit the normal way we do things. We do have lots of wood carving storyboard now, but that was introduced by the Japanese during the occupation to give us some export craft to do. But we've taken to it, made it our own. But this would predate that. I'm kind of surprised though that he uses...
An artifact from Palau carved out of bone and claimed to be 300 years old. My mother
Palau.
proved it was a fake.
Because in this era, they would have called it what? Palau? Or so was described in the late 1700s, early 1800s, when they brought Li Bu back. Local celebrity he became, and got to visit his grave once in London, which is kind of a, it's become a pilgrimage site for Palauans to visit England. It was kind of cute when we went to the church there, and they had a guest book registry at the church, and nearly every page had like a, greetings from Palau, thank you so much for looking after our Li Bu. It was sweet. But that was like 70, 80s, 70, 90s. With publications of his account published until like the 1860s, I think. So it might have... Holmes might have had an awareness of it if he was a kid in the 1860s. And if he's got an artifact from... Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why he's got an artifact from Palau then. Like the funny man in his picture book. Okay, so what's this go to? Hidden treasure. Wooden handle. Wait, is that the hidden item of the room? Handle would go to this or that. There is a missing handle here, and it looks to be about the same style.
Sharp and well balanced. It would be a pity to leave such a tool behind.
Suitable opening, cross-shaped. And this one? T-form. Okay, it's here.
Perfect match.
Oh, that's a pipe. I thought that was another key.
Made of cherry wood. Father's favorite.
So Dad was a smoker in the family?
Made of cherry wood. Father's favorite.
And there's nothing else in here? Oh, no, there is.
Still has a faint odor of tobacco. One of the few things on this island that smell like home.
Pipe of Sherlock Holmes. A small, straight smoking pipe made of cherry wood that belonged to Sherry's late father, Sherlock Holmes. We had to hide it from Violet, as she didn't know we stole it from his cabinet in London. The wood is old, its surfaces worn from frequent use, but it has been well maintained. A faint scent of tobacco lingers. Oh, Holmes, does that mean you've been smoking it to keep your father's memory alive? Sherlock has taken his father's pipe with him. I sense it carries considerable sentimental value.
My small archive of crime clippings. Maybe I should pick up this habit again.
I knew you'd
No,
find
never
it in no
catch on.
time.
Is that a little bit of John like to make up for all the John hate I've been accumulating? How could I forget our secret stash in Sherry's room? What a nice find! So many memories flooding back. Alright, so what do we get here? We got a cool Palau reference. And a lead on the neighbor then, the family friend. Near the Greek bridge and had a gas balloon. Greek bridge is here, right? Greek bridge. I'm gonna be very surprised if he still has the balloon in his backyard, because it's been, what, 10 years now? Something like that? There's no other memory stuff here that I'm missing. All that forward progress stalled, because I didn't see a little dot on the corner of the coat rack. Alright, Greek Bridge is this area, because the bridge is right there. So who's got balloon? Gas balloon in the yard. He still got it! I guess with how expensive hobbies might be in these days, if you pick one, you have to carry it for a few decades or a life to make up for the cost. If you buy a balloon, you have to become the balloon man forevermore. Oh, he's been blown up, has he?
That wretch Goliath would murder us all. Mark my words.
Smashy, smashy.
Destruction and trampled ground.
That's the one thing that catches your eye, not everything else trampled.
Destruction and trampled ground.
John, what do you think?
It's as if a storm went through here.
As if they were struck by a battering ram.
I wonder how we managed not to hear any of this.
Oh. Is that my neighbor? That's like the gardener, right? They haven't just killed the only lead I've got. Did they?
Oof. A contortionist you were not.
No, I think he's dressed too nicely. This looks fancy.
A belt from a dressing gown. Curious. A kneecap reduced to splinters.
Maybe he simply fell off the balloon, fell on his feet, and his death cry blew the gate open.
Disjointed vertebrae. Difficult to say if it was a way to start or finish him off.
Smile, John. Nothing in his pockets. Bit of green grass stain. Where's the fourth thing? I would think maybe the impact, but I can't go that far. Nothing in his hands. Oh, is it his hand? The missing finger that is my neighbor! Oh no!
A missing pinky, middle-aged. It's none other than Theodore Gilden.
Oh boy, Sherlock. Another death means another question.
And we shall answer the question. It's far too interesting to give it up to the police.
Sherlock, be nice. That was your neighbor. Have some respect. He had to die in front of the kids.
An amount of attention that most can only dream of.
Gord. Oh. Hold up. A pile of dung, chain and blood smear. It was you, John.
This is quite comfy.
An adult elephant. Oh. He got trampled by an elephant.
Poke
That he
the
was
elephant
bullying.
with this? Really? People are hopeless.
I can't look at the dung.
A strong pull broke this leash. A pool of blood and saliva, possibly as a result of impact.
Sherlock, take a picture of the footprint. It's valuable evidence.
E for camera, left click for photo. What, the dung isn't evidence? The ball is, the footprints are?
This photograph can help us find the old article about the elephants. The front page was
Oh.
fascinating. It was hard to believe as a child.
True. We may need it in our investigation.
Front page, elephants, okay. Elephant's life, chaos unfolded. And that has the icon for a book. So that means find an archive. The hands mean John's wager, right? A newspaper article from her childhood, the first time I'd seen these beautiful creatures. Can check the newspaper's archive. Front page story, written by a science journalist 10 years ago. Okay, 10 years ago, journalist, front page. With the hoof print as the evidence. Goliath. Well, there's an elephant on the loose then. But first, the chaos. So I guess that's that then, huh? He's killed, but we know from what. Unfortunate as it is.
He was certainly under pressure.
Wow, John, wow. Valves?
A coal gas tank. Enough to pump up an airship.
And a flattened, dulled knife. Which in this state probably wouldn't be good for coconut, but beetle nut perhaps? Just to crack it open, put some lime between.
A sailor's knife, useful for cutting wet and thick ropes.
Not in this state. Looks too dull, too broken.
It's seen a lot of use. The blade
Exactly.
is worn from grinding. Fresh signs of impact. A rough landing led to an altercation with this shed.
2 evidence update, Mind Palace, and here's a jangly of John's turn to shine. A rough landing, huh? So what could that mean then? There's still rope attached.
Didn't we get to fly in it as children? I doubt it could hold my weight today.
Animal suspect. Cordona is home to an elephant. Trace near the shed. Containing a coal gas tank. Someone fell and broke a flower pot. In the process, he dropped a bosun's knife, commonly used among sailors. But where can we find sailors? Where do sailors hang out? Victim's body took a heavy beating, sustaining multiple injuries that ultimately proved fatal. He owned a wild animal. A bosun's knife was left near the shed at the crime scene by an unknown person. A type used to cut ropes. The elephant Goliath may have attacked Theodore Gildan in order to break free. This isn't an either-or thing, so I guess that's the truth. But there's also the bosun's knife. No? Nothing? Is that the only deduction I have here? That can't be it. There's gotta be like a twisty twist. Like maybe Theodore fell down following an impact. I don't know. Just try to like toss things out for alternatives. So, in here was the elephant. He was probably poking at it. Or it attacked him out of the blue. I doubt it. There was saliva. Another possibility. Somebody else attacked him. And then ran off with the elephant. There was the bosun's knife. Maybe he cut one of these ropes and that's why this is up in the air? And then elephant goes free, having dragged this poor fellow out. Oh no, the poor baby. Weeping for his father. I don't know. He had like a twisted leg and broken vertebrae. So I think it'd be more than the gap, wouldn't it? Unless the dragging by the elephant is what twisted him about. Maybe it's a more sympathetic story and he's twisted about because the elephant dragged him all the way out here. As the true culprit runs away. I mean, the elephant did run through here, that's the truth. That's obvious. Oh, wait, while you're back here... Ah, you were back here. And the elephant charging out is what had you smash the pot. As he fell on it. Where's the elephant in this one? There is no elephant in this one. You just ran free. Okay. I'm going to run two possibilities. Either the elephant attacked on its own in a separate thing here, because you were being mean to the elephant, and then, oh no, you get trampled. And then out you go as a completely unrelated person gets knocked aside. Who knows what he was here for, just still gas for something. Or you got attacked by somebody, an elephant warns and drags you out, sees the culprit, and stampedes away. Let's try the cruel neighbor gets trampled, and a random thief gets knocked aside.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Sorry, John, it's open to interpretation. We haven't got all the facts. Because we got what, right? We have an attack here with saliva and blood. There was an elephant in here. We have footprints who stomp out this way. And it seems like the body was dragged. So it's likely he was dragged out this direction. This is dragging. That's not just limping along. This is definitely being dragged. So I think that's correct. Then some broken pots and a knife where these things are cut. So what did last time? Maybe the elephant picked him up first? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, that would twist the vertebrae, wouldn't it? That would explain the neck thing. Maybe picked up, then dragged, then out you go, knocking somebody back.
In a fit of rage, the elephant broke the chain and threw its victim on the ground with a fierce power. Escaping the scene, it pulled the body with it, but dropped it at the gate.
See,
At
I'd
least
interpret the
some
first
of
one as
this
rage.
was witnessed by a third party who was hurled against the shed. The elephant can't have gone too far. I can still track it.
I suppose you
Don't
find
have
it.
gone too
Then
far.
what? Push it all the way back to the manor?
We gotta interrogate the elephant, don't we? Gotta ask the elephant about mom's tuberculosis.
Hog heaven.
What's happened?
They're still out here all day long. It's 11, it's almost midnight again. Time goes by way fast here. And they're still gawking? Nobody's called the cops in 8 hours? Okay, elephant, where's your footprints? Elephant's footprints? Do I look for a blobby thing to follow? It escaped. It says pin this. Okay, blobby stuff. Where's my blobby stuff? Follow the trace of the footprint out. Footprints, footprints, footprints. Orgies of my own eyeballs. Because there's no footprints out here. Okay, think like an elephant. You've gone out here. I'm feeling left. It probably went left. Then the elephant picked up rollerblades. But the rollerblade tracks end over here. Curious. But it's easier to rollerblade downhill, and then it hit a rock. and then fumbled, fell, and went into this door right here to seek refuge, but it's locked. So down it goes. To the sea. And now we've lost the elephant. It swam back to Italy. Darn it. Cold case. Oh well, what you gonna do? He has a pug! Oh, that's adorable! How could he be unfriendly? He's got a pug. So I'm a little confused, because the first time we were following footprints, it gave us a whole trail. And you would think, with elephant footprints, there'd be a trail. And this glows, so I assume with this glows, there's a reason for it. Nah, nothing. No trail to highlight. Oh well. So what do you want? You could not have gone too far without attracting attention. The top icon is Ask People. Maybe somebody here saw an elephant, and somebody did mention the Goliath will kill us all.
Can I ask you a question?
That's a question I can answer.
The elephant named Goliath crossed the Greek bridge. I knew it. I said he went across. In the direction of the forest where Theodore used to walk it. Aww. Across the bridge, towards the forest. So, he used to give the elephant daily walks. That's kind of cute. If not for the abuse and the death and everything. Towards the forest. What counts as forest? There's greenery towards the cemetery. Here, maybe? Some smashed stuff. We got Dunger footprints. Elephant's footprints and olive
The
oil.
elephant barged into this cart of olive oil.
What if we're lucky and he slipped and fell somewhere along the way?
Okay, Sholmes. Now you gotta be Twilight. Is that what I mean? There you go. The trail. Now we become Twilight Princess and follow the scent. There's only one to go here. Because I'm guessing he didn't go to the sailboat. My gratitude to this island will grow just as a tree I give to you. For the most respectable, responsible citizen in Cordona, T. Gilden. Huh, cool tree. Where's the elephant? Elephant. Wait, flash it again. You gotta wait for it. The elephant went between the tree and the sign. Smashed this tree. Recently broken. The elephant ran past.
Hear me out. If an elephant falls in the forest and there's no one around to...
John, no.
Oh, you're such a killjoy.
Up or down? Which way, elephant? Up. Left or right, left or right. Left. It's because of the olive oil. You can smell the elephant now. The elephant has barricaded itself in the castle. Or went this way. Elephant did a double back. The elephant has been doing human sacrifices. Naughty, naughty. I think these spilled amphora of blood and bloodied ropes and whole altar thing might... Is that a goat around? Sherry, maybe this is more interesting than an elephant. No, he's found his fixation, so... A clear fake door. I thought that was a symbol. Alright, gotta clear out his current hyper-focus before he could realize, hey, wait a minute, that seemed kind of like sacrificial over there. What's this? So if not there, then where's elephant? I heard shing, but where's a shing? Oh, it did come here? It did come here. So it wasn't too far off. Did it actually barricade itself in the castle then? It didn't do the sacrifices. But it did go to the break in the wall, then close it back up. There's some clothes hanging here. The elephant got naked.
Strange. It was hung with care.
There's an envelope, a letter. Dear Theodore, I am writing to you as a fellow islander. I value our friendship just as I value the lives of our people, although I am afraid this one-sided friendship cannot tie my hands any longer. I am being made to look weak in the eyes of your neighbors. They believe that your tree is a mockery, and not a peace offering as you intended. The people are afraid. You refuse to give your elephant a proper trainer, instead using your own limited knowledge to teach it. It is an impossible situation. I admit that I did think of having the elephant forcibly taken to give to Mr. Tailheart, who has shown that he is quite capable of looking after the elephant being, although she is female and far less frightening than your beast. Please reconsider the situation. Sir William Sinclair, Governor of Cordona. Could it be that perhaps the elephant was spooked by someone trying to take it, and Theodore tried to calm it down, but because he is not an animal expert, he got squished? There's keys. Let me have the keys.
The game has escaped us, for now. We'll find a solution to the elephant problem later.
Oh, now he's found something more interesting. John?
Wanna go for a swim? Wanna go for a swim?
One of the loading messages says that Sherlock is afraid of water and will pass out if he's in it. And I'm not sure how deep it has to be for that. He's fine. He's kind of fine with knee-high, but when it goes up to his hips, the screen becomes a bit darker and more menacing. I think that's my hint that, hey, this water's it's too deep for Sherlock to comfortably go into. Okay, so what have we got? The animal has escaped. Theodore's gown hanging on a branch left by the elephant. The elephant left the coat behind. See, that's why I'm thinking. Maybe the elephant death was accidental on the elephant's part. Maybe it tried to be more gentle, then oh no, it accidentally kills Theodore, and here it goes, charging in grief to the forest that it used to go to together with him. And he still has this piece of his old master. Let's delicately hang it with care. There's a key attached too, so maybe to his house. So go back to the house and use a key. But first... which archive would have it? Newspaper article, John said, right? Newspaper article from our childhood. Newspaper archives. Front page. Science journalist. 10 years ago. And there's a chronicle. Which way was the archive room? This way. Elephant Life. It'd be 10 years ago. They left to London though, like soon after Mom died, didn't they? So was it really 10 years ago? The current year is 1880. 10 years ago was 1870. Journalist. And the front page. The Lord of All Beasts, written by Dr. Ian Menzies. Only a lucky few can claim to have beheld this planet's strangest and most wonderful fellow, the elephant. Said to be the land's largest animal, this colossal yet friendly creature enchants all with its size, intelligence, and communication. Elephants are mammals, just like humans, and originate in Asia and Africa. Despite feet that reach 18 to 25 inches in adult males, the elephant is surprisingly agile, and in concert with its prehensile trunk can perform feats of remarkable dexterity. Elephants form strong emotional bonds with their loved ones. Some scientists have reported witnessing signs of grief or happiness. Perhaps the question is not how much elephants resemble us, but how much we resemble them. Okay, John, I found it.
That's the article. Feeling old already?
I got 2 thumbs up for John, but I've got 10 pages of how much I've been botching things up. Sherry found the file so quickly I couldn't investigate an odd sound I heard. Probably a banshee, but now we'll never know. I love these smaller moments where something from the past makes a case resonate and brings us closer together. Is that going to be like the primary alternations to the ending? How close or distant I am to John? Alright, John, let's go. Gotta get back to the Greek bridge and snoop along our neighbor's stuff. Wait, wrong way. Neighbor is down the hill. My oranges! Who would have guessed that his keys go home?
Gosh, what a mansion.
What a collect. Is that a mammoth? That is a mammoth. And that's the outside embedding? Yeah, that's out back. There was somebody inside.
You. Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Theodore Gilden was...
Did you kill him? Did you kill the elephant?
It's gone.
not in the yard anymore. It escaped into the forest.
Like 2 days
Can't
ago.
let it go. What if it returns?
I highly doubt that, Miss.
Imogen Gilden. Please, I beg of you, find that dreadful beast that killed my father.
I suppose we
Those
do
are
need
your
to learn
toys
what
outside.
happened.
Tell me everything you know. Be brief. No, time has no meaning. Everything you know.
Can you tell me what happened? From the very start.
I was here, so I didn't see how it began. My father visits the enclosure every morning to wake up Goliath. Today, I heard the elephant scream. I've never heard such a horrifying sound. My heart stopped. I knew something was wrong. I looked through my window and saw how it lifted my father up by his neck.
But didn't see
I
how it
rushed
starts.
downstairs. I saw it dragging my father as if he were a doll. I threw stones at it.
Did you
It
chase it
dropped
off
my father's
then?
body and charged outside, screaming. Its roar was almost human. I was frightened, so I ran inside and hid here.
Be judgmental or sorry for your loss. This Sherlock is kinda dickish, but I'm John Malkoviching him. Sorry for your loss.
That is a terrifying experience, Miss Gilden. I'm sorry you had to go through it.
Thank you. Goliath must be caught, Mr. Holmes.
Well, thank you for the information, Miss Gilden. I did have some questions for your father. Perhaps you might help me with them?
I wasn't privy to much of my father's life.
Oh, you had to know what
And
he
it's
knew 10
very
years
hard
ago
to
about his
think of
neighbors.
anything at all with Goliath still loose. Please, Mr. Holmes.
Very well. Do you mind if I ask you more questions if I find anything that might help?
Anything to catch that monster.
We have evidence. Do we?
Miss Gilden, I was on this island 10 years ago, and your father knew my mother. I believe I even had the opportunity to ride that balloon outside, but I do
We
not
ride it
recall
again.
seeing you.
I lived at my late mother's in Sheffield at the time. I'm in no spirit to reminisce right now. The elephant is out there.
You've never heard the name Violet Holmes before? Perhaps your father...
Please,
She's
Mr.
insistent,
Holmes.
Holmes.
With
No.
that beast roaming free, I can't think of anything.
Very well.
You got some evidence. We could give her, say... information about the life of an elephant. Ooh, maybe we could present that to her like, hey, look, the elephant is as emotive as you and I. If it was dragging your father, it was probably doing it out of reverence. Theodore's gown hanging on the branch? Maybe. We can't show, like, the governor's letter? Okay, I'll try this one. And maybe this one.
Had Goliath been aggressive before?
It's dangerous, but it was never aggressive near my father. My father would do anything for Goliath. All the elephant had to do was clap its ears.
So maybe there was somebody else who spooked
envied
it.
him, the elephant, I mean.
Our house is called the House of Ivory. I've heard some people refer to me as the Ivory Girl. And my room stinks of the animal, as if it's me who lives in a pen and not Goliath. It's not envy, Mr. Holmes. It's just incredibly difficult to live like this.
Maybe she's the one who spooked the animal. She threw stones at it. She claims she was up here. She claims. And didn't see how it starts. But she does have resentment to the animal. Never been aggressive with Theodore before. Maybe that there was somebody by the shed?
Did you observe anyone else in the yard? Any of your servants, perhaps?
Servants? Do you imagine that we would have any with Goliath? No one wishes to work in this house, even for double pay. I didn't see anyone else. Only my father and that diabolical beast.
Didn't see anybody else because it was you. That was your night. Didn't notice anybody else. She considers Goliath dangerous, but he had never been aggressive with Theodore. Fatal battering, damage to the shed. A witness fell to the shed after the incident with Goliath. May be injured from the fall. The bosun's knife came from a battered sailor. A witness to the chaos in the Gildan's property, they dropped their knife and may have injuries. An unknown third party. Well, what do we have to go on then? Maybe we could show the article and be like, hey, elephants are actually kind of cool?
I can't think of anything else right now.
No, that's it. She's done.
Who's a cute bird?
Sorry, just gonna sneak on through. False idols. Bazookaology. Bazookaology, The Adventures of Nabe and Laura by Wallace Diarum. Bazookaology?
False idols? Oh, sounds utterly dreary.
But I'll take it anyway. Open purse. With my commission? No? A size 4 shoe? A broken string of pearls?
She packed as much as she could carry.
She was going to leave somewhere. Wasn't she? Or is this her unpacking? No, this is her packing, isn't it? Is that her beloved? Is her beloved a sailor? Did her sailor lover try to take the elephant away? For her sake?
The same dull poses on all romantic photographs. So idyllic. Enjoy your happily ever after before it stales.
Hey, Sherry, we need to talk.
Sure, what's up, dude?
You found false idols. We need to find the remaining two.
What does bazooka even mean? Would this paper be good for anything but blowing one's nose on?
They're not rubbish, Sherry. There's something more. I'm serious.
Very well. I doubt it'll be worth it, but I will find them for you, John.
You'll thank me later. They're some of the most imaginative books I've ever read.
These collectibles for John?
Speaking aloud helps me think.
I like that somebody's finally acknowledged Sherlock talking to himself in this York and Zack relationship.
A commendable effort to barricade the windows.
Did we talk about her boyfriend or her packed bags? Provide evidence. Checkmark, checkmark. Packed bags. Put all of her valuable possessions in the luggage. For the manner in which she carefully stuffed her clothes and jewelry to the bags. She has no travel experience. Photo of a Mogan with a young man. This victory is for you and you only. 1879 race finals for my lighthouse in the darkest storm. Oh. John has requested we locate the entire Bazookaology trilogy by Wallace Diarum. This humiliation of the written word is unfathomably rather popular. Okay, let's talk about her packed bags.
These bags of yours, it looks as if you've packed your entire room. Were you planning on going some?
My partner and I, we wanted a change, a fresh start abroad. But now I have to stay here. Here, an orphan.
She had plans to leave with a partner. Tell me about the partner.
I found this. Who's this young lad next to you, your faithful knight?
Paul. He's my pirate. He's not really a pirate. I just call him that. It probably sounds very silly.
Your secret is safe in my hands. Does Paul work somewhere? What is his surname?
His name is Paul Perks. He and his yacht Whirlpool are the champions of the Salacia Yacht Club. He sails there. I'll show you where it is on the map if you need to meet him.
A yachting champion? Oh, well, that will be a first. I prefer dry land. And so does my suit.
Or was that Salacia Yacht Club? For her salacious assignations? And I could still show her one more thing. Bazookaology. Maybe the article about elephants. A bullhook. A coal gas tank that appears operational. Maybe the article.
I don't have any thoughts on this.
But I can still provide evidence.
I have nothing to say about this.
Okay, I'm done. I got nothing else to show her.
I have to leave you for now.
2 evidence updated. Professional yachtman. It wants you to ask around, look for it, and pin it. Okay, I'll pin it. Oh, it's John's challenge to find it. Well, I don't think there's any more books here. It's probably like elsewhere in the world. They really did go all in on the whole elephant thing. Faded leather, frequent use, view over the pen,
Nicest
must be
spot
dad's.
in the room. Mr. Gilden spent hours of his life right here.
Staring at an elephant's backside. What a wonderful life.
Hey, if you like him thick, happy at an elephant.
Looks eccentric and smells eccentric.
Are those little tiny elephants? Oh, I think those are little tiny elephants carved into the ivory. Elephant perfume. Don't tell me it's musk or elephant urine to better blend in with the elephant.
Oh, the pungent stench of an animal.
It is.
Did Theodore seek some pink elephants with this?
Plugs of various sizes for proper training. A missing pen? No, picture. 16? Is that 16 or 1877? Well, unless he's like a vampire, 1877.
I think they were closer than you and me, John.
I'm hurt.
I can only move left to right. 1868? Oh, little darling girl in the balloon.
I think Miss Gilden has barely matured.
Cigar? Is it a hint? Now that is a throne. So where is the missing last piece of evidence? Maybe if I approach from the front. Oh man, the West Pacific is invisible on the map, on the globe. Elephant's Man, Cordova Chronicle, 1875. A local wealthy resident, Theodore Gilden, 55, has purchased an Indian elephant from a traveling circus. Mr. Gilden commented, "It is a wonderful opportunity. There is no one on this island better suited to provide such a comfortable home for this elephant. It is a paradise for a noble creature. No longer will this animal be locked in a tent with clowns. He will be my companion from now on. My second child. And I will protect him. Don't be jealous, people of Cordona. I am your best citizen. Only time will tell if this is a midsummer madness or not. The neighboring elite of Cordona are shocked to read the news, and furthermore to hear the terrible trumpeting of the beast. But they are having to accept the eccentricity of one of Cordona's most powerful. Now we can all say that the richest of our island have troubles to bear too. The same as the rest of us."
His second child? An apparent son and heir, I'd say.
Ivory bats. What is this?
A partnership annulled with a single stroke of a pen. What's so special about this place? Another elephant?
Maybe he was hoping to put like an elephant in paradise here?
A catchy title. I should take a photograph of the plans. I don't want to carry them around.
There, sideways and askew. We could do better photograph than that, right? Where's my zoom function? How many megapixels does my camera get? Old partnership? What if it's a, Theo, Violet, and Sigurd? Wait a minute, Violet and Sigurd, that's my parents. Oh, so you were close to my parents. I was thinking, what if there was like a spurned business partner?
From before Mycroft was born, our family loves to prod at the past. Mother. It's nice to see her young and smiling.
Holmes's desire to rake up the past is hereditary.
Quite the spectrum. From the history of the Roman Empire to conspiracy theories of the French Revolution.
Okay, so if I approach the front here, then it still zooms to the back. Well, that's 4?
A relatively functional choice to replace the finger.
So the last one is the missing finger. Is that all the evidence here then? There's no blobby blobbies. Maybe ask the daughter about the photos we found. The desire for a park for the elephant. Construction plans. Name A. Swift was partnered with crossed out. A perfume vial with a transparent substance inside. Engraved with the elephant's head. Wait a minute. If it's a substance. If it's a substance.
I have to leave you for now.
Can I... There's no chemical analysis symbol. Oh well. We could read through false idols some other time. Do you mind if I us anything? No? Nothing else? What else could we ask her? About A. Swift.
A. Swift, is this name familiar to you? Your father had it removed from this plan.
Oh, that's Arthur Swift. I've seen him a couple of times here. He works with my father in the old city, digging up something ancient.
He is an archaeologist?
That's the word, yes.
Bazookaologist.
But to be truthful, I really don't think Mr. Swift is fit to be one. I've just learnt a lot about archaeology from my favourite book series.
Oh no.
Oh, they are page-turners.
Oh no.
Inspirational, I'm sure, but would you happen to know where this Mr. Swift might be found?
I don't, but perhaps you can find out somewhere. My father's work with him is all official. Lots of boring legal papers with signatures and stuff.
So that's a lead. Working together in the old city. Doesn't know anything else. What about the perfume?
And, which part of the elephant is in here? It's quite
It's the urine,
pungent.
isn't it?
Oh, that. It's elephant sweat.
Oh, okay.
Father believed that it might replace traditional ambergris.
Well, that's true entrepreneur spirit.
Bazookaology. Tell us about bazookaology.
How can you read something like this? It's hard to swallow, and that's not due to the hard cover.
You're hardly serious. Any library without Nabe and Laura is incomplete. If you can read, then these books are an absolute must. Love and adventure. They're about life.
Oh, I wasn't aware that exploding pyramids were a part of daily life on Cordona.
You haven't seen life, so you might try reading about it at least.
2 new evidence updated is a Mind Palace clue about the petty dreadfuls. Sweat of the elephant could have been worse. Okay, we got 2 leads. The business partner or the yachting boyfriend. The partnership ended. Partnership ended, and so he had to die. Partnership ended, and so did the shed. Okay. I think that's all we can do here. Gotta find the business partner or the romantic partner. Look at pictures.
I can always recognize the spirit of a true artist.
Are there other things you could peek at? Or is that it?
This young lady has a childish interest for her age.
What, really? Some people collect dolls, some people collect elephants. Can we ask her about the photo?
It's chilling to think the monster is free.
No. She's done. But it says all evidence, I guess it means all evidence, even talking to her. Oh, the cops are here. Nice to, see you. Okay, we could ask him about this guy, maybe?
Oh, why do I get the worst
No.
jobs?
And what's he talking about? All he has to do is photograph. That is all they're asking of him. Alright, so the yacht club. Key evidence collected. All evidence collected. Is there more evidence beyond the key evidence? Empty grave. Doesn't even have key evidence. Maybe there's more. Maybe I am missing something in the graveyard, and that's why I couldn't figure out that one thing. It's possible. Miners Market. There's an exclamation mark. They have something for me. Other furniture stores have things for me. Were they waiting for me to open the bedroom first? Garden Decorations Trader. What's this? Is that the yacht club? Salacia Yacht Club is here, so I guess first thing we can do is stop by the Decorations Trader and then see the yacht club. Or I could put this to a vote, couldn't I? There's a golden eel. No, that's a cave. Eel someplace else. Just gonna marker. So Old City is going to have the business partner. The yacht club boyfriend is here, as is a store with decorations. Initiate voting. Map will be centered on the location which receives the most votes. Of course, that requires having votes. Wait. Does it work on me watching myself? Where's the thing? Where's the extension? I hit OK and now it's gone. Maybe I can't do it. And boyfriend is napping, I can't ask him to do it. Oh well. If no votes, then I'll just take charge of myself. Be captain of my own destiny. There'll be other things you can vote on. News kiosk, where is it?
All the newspapers are sold out.
No news about the elephant on Rampage? And furniture store should be just up ahead. Clothing trader? Where? Up here?
The finest clothes for the finest people on the island.
Well, you have me instead.
The finest clothes for the finest citizens.
Well, you have me instead. It costs money though, and I think I want to save money for reclaiming my furniture. For a second, I thought the headscarf gave him eyelashes, but he's always got the eyelashes. Square pair for your round holes. Now there is a villainous twirly mustache. The hairy mouth moat. Makeup. Deluxe glamour. Well,
Of course, think it over. Take your time.
seems to have the same as the other place. An art trader.
You'll
Oh, there's an
never
art
find
trader
such
and a furniture
magnificent
trader.
paintings anywhere else. Just take a look.
Has she got my family portrait?
My goods will brighten up your house.
The Holmes family, she does. Depicting the pain of getting kids to sit still. Wait. Mom. Me, Mycroft, Dad, maybe? Either way, I'm buying it. A map of London. Violet's portrait. Aww. Sketch of a boy. Old drawing of a young friend. It's like he's really there. John, 1865. Well, I could buy all of them, I think. 55, 75. Leaving only, what, 7 left over? Maybe I'll buy the pictures and leave London for later.
Enjoy your purchase.
Want to get more cash. Sorry,
Tired
miss.
of your garden view? Visit my shop and refresh it. My goods will brighten up your house.
A swing chair? This is some cheap stuff. And a wooden bench. All the comforts of sitting on a rock, but with splinters. Also got statues. David and Goliath. The terrifying power of short people. Ah, he's napping through it. Alright, let's get a bench.
Enjoy your purchase.
Then we'll go see the fellow at the yacht club. After I go to the bathroom. It was 1:54. An hour, 54 minutes to the stream. And it's not 2 hours yet, but interviewing the fellows are going to take a while. So give me a minute, we'll get back to it. back. What time is it? Nighttime now? Only 10:44 at night? Surely. He won't mind. Well, one, he's gonna still be here. Yeah? Have you seen him? We can't talk to you. No women allowed, no smoking in the workshop, clean up after yourself, only dry shoes. Don't touch any yacht you don't own, and violators will be subject to severe fines and exclusion from the club. That sign can't stop me, I'm not in the club. Where's the front door? Where's the door? I'm assuming that's the front. Especially given the rules are there. This is the back. Let's clear the back. I know buildings. I've seen a few buildings in my time. We can't talk to people. Maybe there is no inside. Maybe he's around here. And I have to talk to people to find out who or where he is. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a case of examine people. Welsh adventurer, affable, works at a garden. Yacht club member, Italian artist, affable. And too old to be her boo. Welsh aristocrat, yacht club member, friendly, was a picture. He's got no mustache. And he might have a limp. Position. We could speak to him. Have you seen this fellow?
Excuse me, just one question.
That's a question I can answer.
Yacht club members mention that Paul missed the race, and no one has seen him since morning. He might be the gym of the workshop south of the yacht club. South of yacht club is the sea, isn't it? No, it's this. Workshop is you. Build workshop has clues. Anything to suss. Nothing to suss out. I like this inquisitive music though. This kind of feels like a place where we do gun combat. There's places for cover. Walls to block shots. And the music does have some tension to it. Oh, Paul. Oh, that's just John. Hey, John. Doesn't have the fear of the whirlpool. Fresh lacquer.
The champion's whirlpool. Pool's bread and butter.
Oh, there is a spill. There you are, Paul. You came to this door, and then out this way. Didn't you? The whirlpool is locked.
Bloodied bandages. Has someone been hurt?
Where would a champion hide a key?
Not in his boat, surely. Valhalla, Hannibal, Zafir, Whirlpool, 1787. The Cuttlefish? Oh, that's a cute name. A shame it only lasted 1 year.
We can become pirates and show them what should be stored in here.
I like John.
A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
It should have a warning to cover your ears.
Maybe the foghorn is what spooked the elephant. And he didn't realize that he was getting his beloved's dad killed. Maybe he merely wanted to chase the elephant away, and that'd be the end of it. A lot of tins of biscuits. Is there nothing in here but the foghorn?
A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
Because I'm just seeing the varnish in here. Maybe that's because of varnish to this towards a red herring. Because varnish for the boat, varnish because storage, then varnish here. Does it keep the key with the boat? Whirlpool has nothing. Notice a bloody bandage, pin and look around. Archive for the construction plan. Look in archives for this one. Construction plan for the Ivory Baths. A. Swift. Mr. Gilden's business partner in the old city. And a lot of paperwork. Okay, so we gotta go to the city for this one then. The city to find archives on paperworks. And a bloodied bandage. Yacht Club Workshop. John, what are you doing up there? You're gonna break your imaginary vertebrae. There we go, had to highlight it first. Crack in the door frame and it's empty. So does that mean it's not locked? No, that means we could break it open, yeah? Crack in door frame, currently empty. A crack with the door frame, big enough for a photograph to fit in between it. Maybe if I have this up, this evidence up, could be something in the storage room. Help me find it. Nope. Sorry, nothing.
We can become pirates and show them what should be stored in here.
A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
Then whirlpool. When is it behind this? Slightly crooked, recently moved. Ah. There's a blood mark on it and a key in the back.
I hope Paul is more skilled at yachting than he is at hiding keys.
Okay, let me in. So
Bloody
bloody bandages. A ledger with a pen, but that's not important. Can modify. What are you modifying? Are you cheating? Too expensive?
To earn big, you have to spend big.
What have we got here?
Old betting slips. Paul always bets on Whirlpool. One victory after another.
And then, for the final time, he bets against himself. Takes a dive and retires. Threats an envelope. You gormless, gilly-wet-foot. You think you could leech off my family, steal my money, exploit my daughter? This ends today. Your career is over. I shall give you one final warning. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll find yourself in deep water. Gilden. Leech off family, steal money. Ooh. So it could be he had motivation beyond the elephant and making the daughter feel happy. It could entirely be that he was wooing the daughter simply to afford the yacht, since the yacht is super expensive.
Mr. Gilden wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty.
So this could all go back to money. Where's evidence number 4? not the pens. Ah, the isolated letter. What's on this one? Salacia Bookmakers Tournament Race Whirlpool to win. Total stakes 100, winning 600. You do not get to back out of our deal. You do not get to leave on a whim. We need you to get us fresh waves? Fresh leaves for a tea party? If you have any questions, the boys will be keeping an eye on you at the race.
An interesting place for a message to a champion. Additional earnings to sweeten the victory.
Suspicious note. Do not get to back out of our deal. Do not get to leave on a whim. Need you to get us fresh leaves for a tea party. Okay. And then pin you. Look for you. Partnership ended. Theodore threatened Paul. If the relationship with the Mogan continued. A witness. Paul, maybe? Not important. Theodore threatened Paul, and thus fatal battering. Partnership ended, and thus fatal battering. Partnership ended. Theodore threatened Paul. Theodore does not mess around. No, nothing.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
What's this? Are these darts? Pins?
A box full of darts. Each has a needle and can be loaded with drugs.
Or the elephant, perhaps.
An expensive set of tools for woodwork. An amateur wouldn't know how to use these. Shipbuilding, shipwright's tricks, sail weaving.
Whoever was here was a sailor. Weird. Nothing else of note. Angry threats. Nothing else brings anything out. Is that it for here then? Because it feels like I got all the clues that I can get. Maybe Paul comes back later. Everything here is done. That's all 404. We got all the context. I think that's it. Though apparently there are still clues. Casebook, box full of darts, in excellent state. Nothing new for the Mind Palace though. Deductions. And nothing goes to anything else. Is there more here then? Because I'm pretty sure that's it. Box full of darts. Don't do anything else. I don't see anything else to interact with. Well, if I can't find anything else, I'll just come back to it then.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
We know where this place is. If we have to come back, we can. Maybe. He'll be standing right outside waiting for us. Because we haven't found Paul himself, did we? Was beaten recently. Oh, you could tell just by looking at his slouch. No Paul back here. Wait. There were windows in the room I was in. At like chest level. Where's the windows? Well, I haven't found Paul. And I don't think I will. More pug owners. In that case. City Hall then? Yeah, things for sale. What's the City Hall? And see if I can suss out things from the archives. I can't move, there we go. Ma'am? Okay, so, what am I looking for here? Ivory Bath's construction plan. A. Swift was a partner but crossed out. Business partner. Old City. And lots of paperwork. And so if there's one place with lots and lots of paperwork. Legal documents of the Old City. Subject of business. Subject of others. If not... Oh wait, I'm stupid. I'm not using the right evidence. There. About the construction plans. There we go. Notice of registration of Gilded and Swift Limited. By authority of the government of Cordona, this deed registers the creation of Gilded and Swift Limited on this, the 21st day of June, 1877. Theodore Gilden is the sole proprietor and founder of the above enterprise and shall provide finances in the land known as Roman Outskirts. Arthur Swift is a founding partner and shall provide finances and his services as an archaeologist. The primary purpose of the enterprise is to perform archaeological research in the ruins located on the intersection of Bazaar Street and Arnault Street, beyond the fortification walls of Old City Cardona. The sole proprietor, undersigned, hereby agrees to fund archaeological research in exchange for ownership of any uncovered items of historical value. The founding partner, undersigned, hereby waives all finder's rights and ownership of items uncovered in the archaeological dig in exchange for the exclusive rights to the publication of all academic findings thereof. Signed, Mr. Theodore Gilden and Mr. Arthur Swift.
With your love for archives, you would have made the perfect bureaucrat.
A thumbs up and a thumbs down from John. Sorry, John, I keep forgetting you gotta match the evidence too. Registration of Gilden and Swift Limited. So this is where? Bazaar Street and Arnault Street. Bazaar and Arnault. I'm guessing it has to be up here. It's not. In the Old City, and this is Old City. Bazaar? And Arnault. So, this empty lot? In northern Old City? you know, Sholmes is just getting sidetracked. All of this is because we had to find the neighbor, because the neighbor knew Mom 10 years ago. So we want to talk to the neighbor, but the neighbor is dead, but the neighbor has an elephant. Let's investigate the elephant. But this isn't going to help us with Mom, is it? East. Where's the street signs? This is how I can tell it's a British administration. The Brits don't believe in street signs. You gotta, like, scrounge about. Is it on the corner of a building? Is it on the corner of the building up top? Up, down, below? In the middle? This building? That building? No building? Is there a low wall that might have the sign instead?
Known as legendary pirate, the Robin Hood of the place. Do you recall it, John?
Do I recall
Do.
it?
I wonder if... What is that?
Karima the Silver
Harem of
Hand.
The Silver Hand. The pirate with a golden heart. I told you I remembered him.
Hey Sherlock, I'm up here. Guess what I found? A riddle, and it's about a treasure.
I
Listen
think
to
don't see
this.
that from here.
What? John, you've surpassed yourself.
On top of the monument was carved the first in a chain of riddles, which, as John suggests, lead to the Silver Hand's lost treasure. First riddle: a hand with treasure, a quest so sweet. Stand where Eros Road and Crooked Street meet. Eros and Crooked. A few steps towards the mosque, left at the first stairs. Left towards Masjid. Left. No, not the Masjid. Step towards Masjid. Towards Masjid, left at stairs. Courtyard, a wishing well shares. Alright, where's Eurus and Crooked?
Come on, Sherry. This is just like the old days. Sherlock and John on a pirate's treasure adventure.
That could be anywhere, right? It wouldn't be here, would it? Like, anywhere in the city. I don't see a Eurus. There's Crooked Street. Crooked and Eurus. Okay, but first we got... right behind us. Bazaar Road and Arnold Street, Old City.
From day to night, Aiden stands.
How to find the recruiter. Very tired. Old City Marketplace. Pro-British. Changes jobs. Bought new shirt. Next scarf.
From day to night, Aiden...
How to find recruiter. Next scar. Old City Marketplace. Pro-British. I've overheard that in order to enter the dig site, I need to be employed. A man named Aiden recruits new workers in the Old City Marketplace at the west end of the district. He has a scar on his neck and only looks for working types with a pro-British attitude. Okay, so I gotta look like a working class person who doesn't look local at all. Alright, alright. See, this is cool. Now I get to do the social stealth thing of blending in with the costume. And there's a clothing shop right here. Boots? But Boots is a pharmacy. So where is it? Here, here.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right up. Let's pick something that suits you.
That suits. Okay, working class. I want working class and pro-British. Working class, but less British. Sailory, cutthroaty. African casual. That's a little more working class. Traditional Ukrainian outfit from Frog Wears with Love. Aww. I do love when the creator sort of provincialism goes through. If I made a game, it would totally have like Pacific and Micronesia stuff all throughout. This stuff costs money though, and I had to go and buy furniture. Okay, maybe higher up here, where it's cheaper. Or I could rent stuff. Renting, show me the rent mechanics, or just buy it? Because I've got this, that's 15. That's less working class. Is there a working class British suit? Less working class. Women's fez, high to bottom in fashion. None of the hats will do. It kind of gives more British, but a little less working class. Less working class. Any working class facial hair? No. Makeup maybe? That's less and less and less working class. It was more British, so I could supplement the working class clothes. But see, that's only halfway up. And everything else eats away at it. Is there something that's lots and lots of working class? That's half. A little less than half. Half. Very British, but not very working classy. Halfway working classy. Not very. Okay, the best we can do, I think, is this one for the working class. Because that's half. What if I rented? They say rent for free, right? Okay, just rented it for free. Just gotta give it back to him. That's half working class, but not very British. Maybe could take it, and that'll be like all the way working class, right? Or no, that's with the outfit I have on right now. Then a little more working class, but less British. Less working class. That's a little more working class, but a little less pro-British. This is quite the puzzle. Because now it's all just take it away from the Britishness. Maybe I need other vendors. Maybe other vendors have more British clothing. Or maybe I have it backwards. Maybe what I should do is get nice, proper British clothes, and then put, like, accessories that add to my rougher worker nature. Yeah, maybe. Sailor. Nah, that's just cutthroat.
Be careful with
Well,
what
I
you've
got
taken.
this. But I do have other wardrobes too. That's more British but less working class. I've currently got police hat. Oh, I changed out. No. Police is less working class. Any hires in the marketplace? Where's the marketplace? Where's the marketplace? Here? So I guess that's going on. Working tied to the pro-British attitude. Then I guess if we're going down south anyway, we could try this one. Eurus Road and Crooked Street is all the way down south here. Eurus and Crooked. So let's keep going south for now. Excuse me, sir. But this is more west. It's alright though. It's the old walled city, so close enough if I just go south. The mosque? Okay, hold on. So I'm close then, right? Or is that a different mosque? Because Crooked and Eurus is over here. And they said towards the mosque, and then left at stairs. So it could be towards this mosque, unless this is also one. Which direction? Forward? Sorry. And this is the corner, right? That's bizarre. So down here, then the first right. Another mosque. Then left at the stairs. So Eurus and Crooked, I presume. Eurus and Crooked. Towards mosque, left at stairs. Is there another mosque this way? What's this building? Alaikum assalam. Caravanserai. Okay. Sorry. So towards mosque and at stairs left. Stairs left. That was quick. Courtyard with a wishing well. Wishing well. Or ablution fountain. A stash. Hey, what'd I get? Diamonds? You're almost there, let's not postpone. You're seeking an ark that's made of stone. Ark of stone. Head east from the old ruins, my friend. It guards the ancients until the end. Okay, arc made of stone. Stone arc. East from old ruins. Guards the ancients.
So the treasure is real, but tell me, John, how did you even guess there would be something on top of the monument?
Didn't I ever tell you about my psychic abilities?
And if John's
should've.
imaginary, how did
I
Holmes see
even
it?
know where we ought to go next.
So where was that? Stone arch and old ruins? I'm guessing that this is something old. Archaeological dig site. It's probably in the old
What else do
city.
you need on a hot day like this?
Okay, so with that covered, marketplace is west of here. I see scaffolding in a video game, I think. When do we get to climb that? Just monument and riddles? No, 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 no. Give me gilded cage. Eski Kitabevi.
The market square, beating heart of the old city.
I wonder if they still sell that heavenly Turkish delight.
Come,
clothes. Step right up.
John, do you want the Turkish delight, John? Is that it? Is that a new thing? Find the Turkish delight, look at their memory. There's furniture
Nice
and clothes
affordable
here.
clothes.
Come,
Step right up.
decorate
Your clothes.
house in Oriental
Let's pick something that suits you.
It's mostly all the same stuff, though. It is all the same stuff. Okay, so I've got working class attitude and just see British attitude. What's more British? Nothing is more British. Everything is less and less British. Any facial hair is less British. Ava looking gorgeous isn't very British. Not very British at all. Well, they did say pro-British attitude, so maybe we should just answer some questions. Maybe.
Don't leave. Take one more look.
Either way. We want a guy with a scar on his neck, yeah?
Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome.
In the market, scar on neck. Harms animals and despising. They're both despising. Hey, John. Can't talk to him. Turkish foreman, scar on neck, friendly. Well, we're dressed as workers.
Sir, kind sir, might I steal your attention?
I'm not buying.
Ah, that is the thing. You won't waste a single mangir.
9 gives a
I am
currency?
digger, you see, and I have heard of a dig site so deep it clogs your ears. I want to be there.
Why are you telling me this?
I have heard of a man recruiting for such a dig. A man with a scar, such as the one that you're hiding. And your boots are dirty with the deep clay I am so familiar with. Oh, I hope it wasn't
Holmes,
too
they're
rude of
under
me to
disguise.
point that out.
You have a good eye. And you just want to dig? Dig deep and that's it? What's the catch? Are you in desperate need of money?
Oh, there is no catch, sir. I won't even ask for advance pay. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a hole like you've never seen.
Huh. Is that so? Well, I have to ask you an important question first. Would you be fine working for Brits?
What? Those dogs? No! No! I'm all for them.
I am all for them.
Well, you say that, but can you prove it?
The proof is that the accent is an act. He is really of British blood. Sing the anthem, my British breakfast. I love tea. But then everybody loves chai. I'll sing the anthem, my British breakfast. Sing the anthem. Do it, voice actor. Dance for us.
I'll sing you a very special song. God save our gracious queen.
Cut it! Or people here will make you their queen.
I can also speak in limericks.
Please don't. You might be a little bit weak in the head, but a natural bone digger with a keen eye is what we need. Take this permission slip.
Hey,
Go
made
to
it
this
through.
address. The guard will let you in and check with the professor once you're there.
Got a permission slip? Cool.
Come,
I'm
come.
gonna have my son's reward.
House in Oriental
Step right
style.
up.
Marhaba. It's a good day for a
Marhaba bik.
purchase.
What have you got? An Anatolian rug and a Venetian chandelier? And a pirate's pistol. John will like that. A perfect toy for children! You cost 25, 20, and 25. That's gonna take all of my money. I can't afford all that. 70 total? Dude, I want an Anatolian rug, a Venetian chandelier, and a child's pistol. Leaving me only $2 behind. It's ridiculous. I'll do it. Take all my bucks.
May your purchase bring you joy.
Then back north. Is there a waypoint? There is. South, north, north and east. What's this poster? London route to the Isle of Golonza. Double L's, Goyanza? Hand is here. Hand is here, so where's my dudes? Here it is.
Stop loitering and get inside.
Hey. I'm in. And there's evidence and clues to be found here.
Newcomer, talk to the professor first. He's the old fellow with the glasses and the plans.
This is a very pretty site for a dig. And I bet the breeze here is fantastic. Coming up from the sea, up the hill, through the trees. Oh, we got ahead. Glasses and plans. Herr Professorin? British archaeologist friendly, despises incompetence.
Where's the fire in your eyes? Where's the smile? I am sick and tired of seeing apathy among the new workers.
Sir, believe me, I do have the spark. I want to start work straight away. It's as important to me as it is to you.
Ah, that's the spirit. I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
The last time you saw Mr. Gilden? How'd you meet Gilden? Ready to work? I think any of these two might blow my cover. I can't access anything. I can't look at my case notes. Or go to any menus. Okay, we're infiltrating. We're infiltrating.
I am ready to work.
Splendid. Do you know what I am working on?
Ivory bats. Do we reveal the ruse now? Or do I maintain subtlety? Nah, we shouldn't know the name Ivory Bats. We do want to interview him too. Let's do it. Let's reveal the true purpose of being here. To interview him.
The Ivory Bats. Everyone is looking forward to the grand opening.
Who told you this nonsense? Why would you contaminate history with this base desire for leisure? We are looking for Vitus Lemonius's tomb.
Lemonius?
This is our goal, to find the artifacts of the early Roman Empire. Let's continue. I am Professor Swift.
Okay, so
we
we
have
can't
3
interview me
rules
then.
here. Don't touch anything. Always return the tools, and don't distract me unless you find something.
But then when do you get to
Sounds
interview
simple
him?
enough. Are you the only one in charge here, Mr. Swift?
Yes, I am the only one, and no one else. You hear anything other than that, it's a lie. People of your kind can have difficulty understanding who's in charge. Take a minute,
Wow.
memorize my face, and then
Mr.
get
Swift.
to work.
Oh, I will definitely take a closer look to memorize my superior.
Observe the man. He has glasses. Broken glasses. Inconvenient, but continues to wear. You used to do the same. I had like one set of glasses in high school where I just crazy glued an entire half of it to keep it in place. No wedding band? A thick notebook, meticulous. The X-Acto knives unimportant? They are. No? Oh, the elbow. Fresh but unattended, spent lots of times at his elbows and knees. I don't see the elbow. Where's the elbow? Well, I guess it's kind of bruised. Rag not important. The knife. 2 belts. Oh, right. Just follow the fairies. No ring! Unmarried! Had the right idea, but wrong hand. It is a new story, Zoku. We actually made forward progress. Dirty clothes, indifferent, or poor. Or he's working. I work with some people, right? They were, oh man, you smell. Why do you smell like sweat? Because some of us aren't in the office of the AC. Some of us are actually doing our job here. Of course his clothes are dirty. He's at an archaeological dig. Arthur Swift. Okay, so is he a money grubber or a known seeker? Knowledge seeker. An archaeologist attempting to find the tomb of Vitus Lemonius on Cordona uses all of his resources to locate this ancient site, driven by an obsession to expand the knowledge of humankind. He does not care about his appearance or occasional wounds encouraging research, such as the injured elbow on his left arm. His life is documented in meticulous detail in a diary he treasures. He has sacrificed almost everything he has in a thankless attempt to uncover more about the past. Oh man. He was judgmental ever since day one. He sees the medium, and his only options are he is starving and malnourished, or he is a dirty thief. So he's always been thinking the worst of people. He is old, poor, and cannot take care of himself, let alone afford new clothes or accessories. He has entered the field of archaeology solely for financial reasons. His enterprise with Theodore Gilda was a ruse to fleece the rich man. At Arthur's age, the last chance he has to earn money was to find the tomb of the legendary legate. Okay, so. Going to initiate voting now that we have the overlay properly working. I think how it works is that if you have 0%, 0%, it just goes with what's highlighted. So in case the overlay doesn't work, I'm going to default it to Knowledge Seeker. But there, 40 seconds. Does he seek knowledge? Or is he seeking money? I don't see the overlay on my side, so... maybe because I'm Strimmer? What if I refresh it? Refresh? Enjoying watching this bar fill up. Is that a joke? Because I still see 0 out of 0. I also briefly saw that the streamer has yet to enter the game. Which in that case, what is this? Is this not game? It disappears when you vote. Oh, so it did work for you? Well, still a mystery to me, but it did something. I hope. A slow, gradual turning to gray. As a Holmes, 2 is in the world of horror. Well, that might be fun. And World of Horror does have the customization stuff, right? Where you can make your own characters and stories. So one could make an insufferable Holmes who is trying to jerk his way through WOH to comedic horrific effect. But surely, he's an archaeologist who's here for knowledge. Right?
I bet that tomb is worth a lot of money. Are you not here for that?
See, young man, how quickly you get distracted by the promise of treasure. You cannot appreciate the importance of my work.
But you clearly have little or no money. Old clothes, untended wounds. You have no one beside you.
That's the price of discovery. I have to surround myself with fools like you who wish only to feed their stomachs instead of their brains.
People need their
I
stomach.
was just asking. It is my curiosity. I cannot control it sometimes. Don't let me go, sir.
If you'll just stop asking stupid questions, I won't have to fire you. So get to work. And you better find something useful.
Character profile. Old, poor, cannot take care of himself. What? We chose that he was a money grubber. Investigate the ruins. Professor is Arthur Swift, looking for the tomb of Vitus Leminus. And a new Mind Palace clue. Fresh bruises on his elbow. Yeah, but he's an archaeologist on site, though. Are we to imply that he's possibly a suspect? Because the elephant knocked somebody over when he burst through the gate, such as these bruises? It already said all that before you voted. Oh, so you voted Money Grubber. Well, there you go. The sole vote chose Money Grubber.
Don't touch anything here. Get back to work.
At least, I'm thinking that maybe the character profiles don't make too much difference if we get to have the wilds of the internet vote on it.
A plan for this whole operation.
This is different than the plans that were in Theodore's office. So it's entirely possible that Theodore was killed off so that its archaeological site could be preserved for the sciences instead of for an elephant bath.
This reminds me of my father's room.
Solely for financial reasons. Near the city of Corinth, British archaeologist Sir George Griffith has discovered the well-preserved tomb of a Roman legate, General E.D. Titus Lemonius, owner of the legendary twin sword of Romulus gifted by the Augustus himself, first emperor of the Roman Empire. Editor. Oh, that's editor saying the legate is a general. In an exclusive interview, Sir George has described the find as a priceless addition to the history of humankind. The entrance was found by the removal of several blocks of soil around the prominent statues, revealing the tomb. According to Sir George, the statues represent the life of Titus. A female statue, presumably a mother, holding a basket of fruits, looking to the west. Another female figure, perhaps Autumn, with a sickle in her hand, looks to the east. Sir George presumes that these statues are hidden allegories of the Zephyrus, a minor god of the west wind, and the other, Eurus, god of the east wind. All this being played in a circle with the statues of the two brothers Titus and Vitus. The achievement of the archaeologist has been acknowledged by the crown, etc., etc., etc.
This might prove useful. I'll note it down.
Defense didn't provide evidence to the contrary.
Let me warm my bones here.
John, you are a figment of my imagination. What bones? If you were a ghost of an old friend. Okay, cool. Maybe. Consumed a fetal twin. Titus and Vitus Lamonius were legendary legates of the early Roman Empire. Started their military career to suppress the riots at Bellovaci and Allobroges. They were the key commanders during the sieges of Mutina and the Battle of Actium. With the new Emperor Augustus, the brothers received twin swords, presumably the ones previously belonging to Romulus and Remus. The brothers served as legates to conquer the Dalmatian and African provinces and were famous for their worship of minor gods. Titus honored Eurus, while his brother played to Zephyrus. Not much is known about the brothers except for the inscription by Pliny the Elder. Let me see. Titus is Eurus. I feel like this professor is going to quiz us at some point, so I gotta take my notes. And Vitus worshipped Zephyrus. Titus wore the skin of a lion, with its head on the helmet. Skin of lion, head on helmet. A tradition he picked up while being a cinifer? Vitus held a shield large enough to cover the sky. Vitus shield. Though the exact location of the tombs remain unknown, historians know that Titus died in the spring of 10 AD. And Vitus 12 AD. Spring and autumn. And there were those two statues, one for autumn, one for spring, right?
Straw dolls. Eerie, but effective for a scene recreation.
I feel like they wouldn't be telling us all this if it was important.
Two.
To possess, John, is that it?
Oilcloth. Won't fade and waterproof. Enough here to make 10 sails and more.
Okay, so what new things do we have? Should first talk to the professor, 2 articles about the brothers' lives, and the tombs of Titus, which features statues. 4 statues near the tomb he researched. Female statue of Zephyrus looking west. Zeph looks west. With fruit. Looking east, Eurus. With sickle. Between were the remains of statues of Titus and Vitus. Ooh. Will I drown if I go into this? I won't. Oh, what is that, a tire? Not a tire? Don't mind me, just looting all
Swift
day.
lost his
and
temper when he learned what happened to the statue.
Which statue was damaged? Pay raise, closest to the beach, hardworking digger, newspapers, tilted pedestal, forgotten instruments, broken pickaxe, lion helmet. Lion helmet. Okay, alright, let's do this again. Lion helmet is Titus, right?
Swift
What else
lost
is
his
important?
temper.
workers at the dig site found a statue of the lion helmet head. It originally lay on the pedestal closest to the beach, but someone kicked it over the edge. As a result, the statue broke, but the pedestal remains tilted. And now, so is Arthur. Pedestal closest to the beach. And John. Sherry and I make a good sleuthing team. Well, hopefully all these, John pluses, now that I know how this works, overcomes all the John minuses accumulated today and yesterday.
Quite daunting to see how deep the dig is.
What's this? Sharpest Pickaxe, Bazookaology, Adventures of Nabe and Laura. That's number 2. Well, number 3. But the second one for John.
Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Who knew archaeology could be so exciting?
Just one more left for John then.
Exciting is certainly a word.
Did the Romans live in amphoras? I see nothing else here.
Hey, John.
Working and living by the sea. What a dream.
What have we got here? A stela?
Somehow the text remains legible.
I can't read Latin. Tell me, Holmes, what to say.
If I remember my Latin.
The description near the 4 pedestals translates to, Vitus rests nearby. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt his sleep, for he is guarded by the gaze of his brother and the autumn wind. Vitus is guarded by the gaze of his brother and the autumn wind. Vitus and autumn. That's a sickle, right? That is a sickle. So you are the autumn Zephyr, right? Zephyr's autumn? No, Eurus is autumn.
A sickle for harvesting. The ancient Romans honored the seasons.
Already getting my the council
goddess?
fix.
A mother. Someone's wife.
Eurus, it's Eurus. Pedestal.
There were 4 statues here originally.
I wonder what the 3 other statues look like.
I see now. Mr. Swift didn't realize the significance of the statues.
Well, he is a 19th century archaeologist, so what do you expect? So, Titus rests near, relative to the pedestal. With his lion head, right? I assumed it was in relation to this, but I guess not. So I guess you'd be Titus? With your lion helmet? Or your brother with a shield? This is Vitus. This is Vitus. And Vitus wears a shield. Which direction do you face, though? Or is it? Which statue is the resting place? Because the other statues have to, like, guard him. So this statue looks forward or backwards? I don't get it. The statues don't face each other. Vitus is guarded by Titus and Autumn. No, I don't get it. Because we have 3 characters and 4 statues. That is a column. Okay, let me see. Pulling back to the council days to draw from art history and European anthropology. Which way would this face? Arches here, so this is the front, right? This is the front. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 pedestals. My thinking is, he rests near. So he'd either be this one, or pride of place in the back. But the brothers are only here and here. Maybe rest near, as in here on the feet below us. And they look inwards, maybe. Maybe that's it. No, they don't look inwards because they only look forward or back. The brothers only look this way or that way. Unless near is here, and they both face this way. And there's the back of the building. Is this column or stealing? Maybe it's over here. Maybe it's up. Maybe this is him. In which case, goddess and brother all face towards here. And nearest to the sea. Who was the nearest to the sea? Pedestal closest to the beach, but someone kicked it over the edge. As a result, the statue broke and the pedestal remains tilted. So if that's the case, then that's the one to the right, who would be Titus. And this pedestal is indeed tilted, so Titus here. But then Titus is both, isn't it? What else have we got? What's this, Poseidon? He must be Poseidon himself.
Excuse me, just one question.
I like you, friend, but I can't help you.
John's gonna help me if we just talk to people randomly. Not allowed to be social unless it's for specific purposes. A short summary of Arthur Swift's findings. Okay, alright. So this is it. This is the burial then, huh? Wait. 4 statues near the Tomb of Research. Female statue. Okay, so all 4 are here. Let me sketch this out. If there's one thing I've learned in well, there's plenty of things I learned in anthropology, but there's one that I learned for archaeology. Is you gotta sketch everything. So we have coast with a crooked pedestal, which would be Titus. And then another one, another one, another one. Vitus has a sword and shield. So you are the lion man here. Female statue. Hold on. Where's west? Where's north? The sea is to the east, so draw my compass, pointing north as one does, and north is towards the back. Female statue looks west. Zephyrus looks west. With fruit. And Eurus looks east. And between the two were Titus and Vitus. So Vitus is the western one. Cool and cool. Statues reveal the tomb's location. John's diary. Documents. That gives us her appearance, which you know already. Female with the fruits looks west, autumn looks east, that tracks. Played in a circle with the statue of the brothers. Vitus rests nearby. Beware one disturbs his sleep, guarded by the gazes. Guarded by the gazes of his brother and the autumn wind. Okay, alright. So the direction that Autumn and the brother are looking at say where the tomb is. Now it's coming together. Now I get it. Oh, he's going to sleep. That's cute. He's literally solving this in his sleep. So Titus is here. Vitus is here. And one looks east while the other looks west. Zephy looks to the west with fruit. Eurus looks to the east with a sickle. But then again, Autumn was found here, right? On this end, so Autumn could be here. Wait, no, this is the front. Yeah, she was found back here then. Wait, I got this backwards then. So yeah, she's here, that's her pedestal. But it's a brother to the sea. Got you two backwards. Okay, so this is north. That is north. And Autumn looks west with fruits. And so you look east. So if the brother is here, and it's guarded by Autumn, and Titus. Titus has the skin of the lion, Vitus has a sword and shield. And so if you're looking to the east, I don't think the direction of these two matters so much. It matters in the sense that you're facing to the west as you're supposed to. You face east. And if the brother and Autumn are watching, then here maybe? It could be that he faces to the west also, or to the south. But I'm assuming it's a cross thing where they're pointing the same way. And they're both looking here. Or here. And not that you face east, you face south, ergo southeast, because then they're not peeking at it.
You're not even trying.
Yeah, I am. Not even trying.
Concentrate.
This is me trying. I mean, this is all correct otherwise, right? Eurus looks to the east, holds a sickle. And Eurus is Autumn. And he is guarded by Titus and Autumn. And Titus wears the skin of a lion, so that's you. Eurus looks to the east with a sickle. Zeph looks to the west with fruit.
You're not even trying,
What?
Sherry.
What you talking about? We got this. This is it. This is correct. That's all the pieces in place. And your statue's right here, so unless you rolled all the way from the front, then you're here, which means you gotta be here. In a circle it said though, so maybe they do look opposite directions. Which means maybe he does. Look this way instead? Which doesn't make sense to me because then they're not looking in the same direction. Okay.
Seems everything's in place.
Alright.
Now, let's see what this has to tell us.
I didn't get any John Lights for that one. See if the location of the tomb becomes clear. Well, if she is looking out this way and he's looking down this way, and you and her both watch over the brother, then it's impossible, because you're looking opposite directions. Maybe the statue of Poseidon close by means that he is buried in the sea and we cannot find him anymore. He's gone, right? He's totally gone. I can walk very far out here.
Vitus rests nearby. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt his sleep, for he is guarded by the gazes of his brother in the autumn wind.
Autumn Wind and his brother. Autumn Wind looks to the east, brother looks to the south, but their visions do not intersect, so it's probably not likely about that. And the only southeast then is down the coast. Ah, dig spot?
Here is your discovery, Mr. Swift. Hey, look at this.
It was a shallow
What have you
grave.
found? Don't let anyone touch anything there. Eureka! I found you, my friend.
And then he gets taken by the curse, and we don't get the answers we need. Oh, that could be any coastal mummy, though. Found the tomb. Mr. Swift is engrossed in the discovery. Investigate his workbench. I could do some Snoopy Snoops. Where's his workbench? That's Poseidon. That's Poseidon Point. He's also got darts. So they're both compelling with missing darts too. So they're still both compelling suspects.
Box of darts. Handy against rodents of all kinds.
Even elephants. That's just maintaining ambiguity, that's not fair. A personal diary owned by Arthur Swift. He describes in considerable detail his personal life and research. More importantly, it tells of a dispute between the archaeologist and Theodore Gilden over the dig site. Day 1224. Theodore always uses his wealth to shut down complaints. I'd rather he bought a brain with more gyrification, so that he were smart enough to see the bigger picture. Not everything revolves around your darn elephant. I've only a few months before he will commence construction. Even he lacks the imagination to build something beautiful. Ivory baths, the mundanity! So even in the late 19th century, cultural resource management has to struggle between the need to document the archaeological evidence in the area and the commercial needs to put a highway or whatever else. And you have, like, what? 2 weeks, a month, 2 months maybe to do it, and then in come the bulldozers, the cement mixers. I must think, lest our invaluable history be buried by the inconsequential. Well, that's just a sea transform, isn't it? Every history is buried by modern history, or history before that, or before that. That's just part of the history. Future archaeologists will look back and think how cool it is that this burial site eventually became an elephant bath. The zoological bestseller, Tusks and Trunks, provides a most rigorous scientific description of the elephant. It is almost encyclopedic in its analysis of the creature's life both in the wild and captivity. One crucial chapter describes the elephant's mating season, in which they become extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the book features guidance on how to communicate and interact with a big mammal.
Trying to take over my research, are you? I come here to pick up my diary, and I find you snooping around. Explain yourself.
Now take the
Mr.
mask off.
Swift, if that were true, I would have been on my way to the newspaper. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself properly.
I wanted to, but you chose to keep the accent.
You deceived me, sir. What is the reason for your being here? Who sent you, Mr. Holmes?
Calm,
Theodore Gilden's
calm.
premature death.
We found your burial site.
Theodore is dead? How can that be possible?
I'm thinking of all the possibilities, and I'm not crossing out anyone who might have been involved. Even his elephant. The land you're excavating belongs to Mr. Gilden, does it not?
Did I hear an accusation? I have nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever nonsense you've prepared as a token of my diminishing respect towards you.
He respects
Very well, Mr.
us.
Swift. I appreciate your cooperation.
Last contact with Mr. Julien?
When was the last time you saw Mr. Gilden?
A couple of days ago. We discussed the site. I believe in the tomb and its secrets. Theodore's patience was stretched, however.
Days ago.
He was already inventing new projects. It wasn't a long conversation. I suppose that his daughter will inherit everything now, along with all of the eccentricities and problems.
And not forgetting Goliath.
Eccentricities and problems, Mr. Holmes. One of many.
And this morning. It's not really this morning anymore, is it? The way time flies in the game. That's like 3 days ago now. 4 days. That's 4 days ago.
Were you at the site this morning?
Affirmative. This project is taking a lot of my time, as you see. I spend more time underground than on the surface.
When did you learn about Theodore's death?
Just now?
Just now. You just told me.
And you aren't surprised, shocked? I won't tell anyone if you shed a tear or two. Weren't you partners, after all?
We were. And it is a real shame. But I've seen too many deaths in my life, Mr. Holmes, for the news to truly shake me. Will you allow me to return to my research? Or are you insisting on remaining an obstacle?
First, I have to show you every bit of evidence. Provide evidence. What have we got? The tusks and trunks. For someone who hates the elephant, you're reading up on him.
With this book, you attempted to plan an attack on the elephant?
Your insinuations are out of place. Goliath is a frightening animal. All I wished to do was to understand the creature. As any scientist would do, I researched, analyzed, and drew conclusions.
And that conclusion was?
And what conclusion did you draw?
That Theodore Gilden made the animal miserable. He couldn't provide the proper environment for the beast. My interest in the subject ended there.
By the notebook. What about the dispute between you and Mr. Gilden?
You have a weakness for nostalgia. Or, rather, do you use it to record a list of enemies?
Young man, you need to check your moral compass. Reading another person's diary is a sin in every culture that I can think of.
But you aren't answering the question.
You've already read it. Why bother? I simply record my life to keep my memory clean from misinterpretation.
Unless your notes are
Letters and
misinterpretations.
pages don't lie.
But the writer of the text can.
Yeah. A box of darts. You wish to understand the elephant. So why the darts?
What's with this box of darts? Is it for a scientific argument?
A little darker than that. Rather for killing the kind of rodents that might nibble a nose or a toe in your sleep.
Let's just say I
Pretty
have to
big
protect
for
myself
rats.
against a larger animal, such as an elephant. Might it be enough to stop it, make it faint?
If I were you, I wouldn't bank on it.
Claims that darts are used to kill rodents. Well, that's his claim. Found the tomb. The Bazookaology Trilogy.
As far as I can tell, you're a man of the academic world, so this book about Nabe and Laura is just an empirical study?
What? That nonsense? I'd prefer to lose my eyesight than read such trash.
And why is it
So,
here?
you know nothing about it?
I know nothing. I wish I'd never heard of it in the first place, this caricature of science.
Do I hear traces of envy? You're still relatively young that you might find your own Laura.
Perhaps I envy Nabe, for I cannot simply blow people up for distracting me. That's all. You happy now? Wonderful.
Valuable clues from that. The dramatic conclusion to this insipid trilogy. Somehow Arthur is also an avid fan of the series. Or one of his employees to besmirch his reputation. What else? The portrait of himself, in which we decided that Arthur Swift is poor, old, and miserable, and chose to do this for one last chance of fortune and glory. The registration? According to the registration, all this belongs to Mr. Gilden, and all Swift gets is publication rights of scientific data.
Moving on.
Oh, you don't want to talk about that, do you? Fresh leaves for the tea party. Does he have anything to say about Paul dating Gilden's daughter?
Your partner had a very specific attitude towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed.
Could be more water for Paul. Also has darts. You want to talk about this too?
I'm a busy man.
No. Don't want to compare darts. Imogen and a young man Paul?
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers.
Friend.
That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life.
Is that a polite way of
or
saying it
her
was a confirmed
friends.
matter?
The type of elite
Bachelor.
that pretends to be educated.
Surprised to see Theodore this aggressive and discreet. Nothing to say about this. Sweat of the elephant. You study up elephants?
Moving on.
No? What about ivory bats?
Did this plan cause a rift in your business relationship with Theodore Gilden?
Nothing like that. Admittedly, we didn't share a common vision of what is more important, the past or the future. In my opinion, we can't build a future without knowing the past.
So you wanted to save the tomb of Vitus here, or perhaps your control over the research?
Only the knowledge that rightly belongs to humankind, nothing less and nothing more.
I don't know. He doesn't sound very murdery. Imogen on her way out. I mean, the knife is pretty telling, isn't it? A bosun's knife? Do you have a bosun's knife?
Remember one of the rules? It seems that you didn't return a tool. Is this knife yours?
Do I look like a fellow who carries a knife? I don't need it.
There are plenty of uses for it on the site, and outside of it.
I have other people to cut ropes for me, Mr. Holmes.
Not his knife. Doesn't use it in his work. Maybe one of his workers? Would one of his workers have been sent out? No. I think all this is to prove that Swift has a very rock-solid alibi. Imogen's testimony. I don't think this would matter so much.
Moving on. Moving on.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore
Just cut off
loved
his
it,
dialogue.
it still remained a
His voice
wild
clip.
animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
The
I'm
ivory
sure that
bats.
Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break.
There's only a few more things you haven't asked about. The packed bags, does he care? The suspicious note?
I've nothing to add.
Yacht Club is nothing. Talk about your own unflattering character portrait. Moving on, okay.
I'm a busy man. Moving on.
Well, I think that's it then, isn't it? Do you care that your partner's daughter was gonna run away?
I'm a busy man. Moving on.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
They don't want you to lose.
Decent
Got it.
pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about.
Little does Swift know. I think Swift is okay in regards to, like, compared to anthropologists of his day. Maybe he's not as exploitative as could be. But he doesn't realize yet that the way you get local workers at your side and keep a site secure is by paying people. You involve them in the work. You pay them well. And so you get that local emotional attachment to the site and the project. You get less looters. Because people are getting paid, they don't have to loot. That body we dug up down on the beach is gonna be missing 2 toes tomorrow and a tooth to be sold in the market of the old city. But we also got some Mind Palace stuff. And lots of updates of these. Suspicious note still gets look around for it somewhere. So that's one lead we haven't done yet. Tusk and trunks. Only to understand the animal. Darts for rodents, he says. Surprised to see Theodore, aggressive and indiscreet, so he's not used to that side of him. Confirmed he was part of the victim. Not his knife, not for his work. Elephant sought to free from captivity. I think it was spooked. The surprising thing is that the elephant did seem happy with its owner, so there had to be something to spark it to act. Both Paul and Arthur own darts. Typically used with an air gun. Fresh bruises on elbow. Because it was mating season. No. Swift and Gildan business partnership was full of hardships and disagreements over land and treasure. Theodore threatened to kill Paul because it was mating season. Trying times. Okay, Theodore threatening Paul has nothing yet. Partnership ended. Arthur protected his research, dedicated his life to study the history of humankind, may not have been willing to see it end, but still nothing else. Fatal battering because it was mating season? Are you proposing damage to shed at an unknown person injured from the fall, plus Arthur's fresh bruise? Nah, can't be. I don't think that's right. Damage to shed is still up. We have to find Paul and interview him, too. I've still only got $2 Paul is all the way down here where we should be. Salacia Yacht Club. We haven't found all the evidence, let alone the key evidence in the boat workshop. Do they mind that I'm here just as a worker? Oh, you know what? Maybe the third book bazookaology is here in the yacht club area. If one was in the daughter's bedroom, the other in the archaeological dig site, then the third site would be here. Anybody see Paul? Any Paul people around? Suspicious notes is look for, pin. But I don't think there's anything on the inside to analyze. Because already looked around with this up and found nothing. All 4 things here found already. Bloody bandages have nothing of worth. Nothing on the ceiling. You see, windows. There's windows looking outside that don't exist on the outside. There's a John. Maybe ask Imogen about the death? Or whatever that note is. Oh, here we go. Tea caddy. They did say they want more tea leaves. They literally meant look for the tea leaf thing.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think.
Psychotropes. You a drug smuggler then, Paul? Oh, I spelled it all.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think.
Is there anything else to see on here? Queen's breakfast blend
Typical
tea.
tea tin. I wonder what he has for biscuits.
Or all of these drugs. Storage room held evidence that Paul is involved in organized crime, smuggling sacred trophies on his yacht. It said 2 updated, right? Nothing here though? Maybe that's the last bit of evidence to find.
A foghorn to navigate a
or Paul to populate.
Oi!
Hey!
Hands off my possessions before you lose your fingers. Are you illiterate? The rules are written everywhere.
Ah, Mr. Perks, the cabin boy himself.
Champion, you mean? I was right. You are illiterate. I think a couple of shiners might teach you.
Was I right?
One
Is it
last
the Pinnacle boss
chance.
room?
Who are you?
This room is kind of arranged for it to be like a perfect gunfight area. Mr. Gilden's friend? Did freak him out because Gilden has physically threatened him? We did know Mr. Gilden as children, when he was but our friendly neighbor. But he's dead. We were Mogan's friend, we met a Mogan, and she seemed nice, and she was nice to us.
I'm Sherlock Holmes, a friend of our mutual acquaintance, Miss Imogen.
Look, you artichoke. Imogen has no friends. Except for me.
That's not very
If
healthy,
you must
man.
try to insult people, it's better to know the meanings of the words that you're using.
You fancy you could teach a sailor to swear? Go ahead. Show me how inventive you are.
Stand still for a moment.
Observe. Ooh, we get to do more observations and votes. Let's see. He has a face. That's clue number 1. A smooth Adam's apple. Female? I mean, that doesn't have to mean that. I mean, mine's not very prominent. You see, it's like pretty smooth too. You know? Elbows. Also rough. Also a sort of an elbow. Fisticuffs, bandage arms, payback or accident. And the belt. I'm actually gonna say it's too smooth, huh? Wide hips and thighs. I mean, I've got some pretty meaty thighs too. That doesn't say anything. I got the thighs, I got the lack of Adam's apple. What does that say? Paul Perks is a woman who disguises herself as a man to achieve a higher social position. uses the privilege of men to pursue her personal goals. She puts all her efforts into sport, even though it comes with the occasional accidents of the open sea. Bruises and an injured arm are badges of honor in this dangerous sport. She is a fearless yachtswoman and would not give up, even when it cost her. And yet, that is a man's prerogative. But I see no reason to disclose to anyone otherwise. Or is this a professional smuggler? A woman who disguises herself as a man, blah 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 blah, to pursue personal goals. Uses her career in yachting as a cover to smuggle goods for various gangs in Cordona. Her injured arm reflects the dangerous, light nature of her life. Despite her fearless exterior, she is frequently in trouble due to her connection with the criminal underworld, and yet she has earned her place in that world. As Paul. Okay, vote time. Is she a professional yachtswoman who disguises herself as a man for the privilege of having the freedom to pursue yachting and the rough sport that follows? Or does she disguise herself as a man to pursue smuggling? She in this for the smuggling, or she in this for the sport and got pulled into it? Vote on your phones, decide now. You could vote too. We got the overlay to work. No? Okay. I still see 0%, 0%. Oh, there is a bar. Oh, I could vote. I see the bar now. Oh, that's cool. There, I have voted. And have sullied the democratic process. Well, that's neat. She is a smuggler then.
So, a woman wishes to become a real criminal, and smuggling is a stepping stone towards that?
Maybe she was here for the
Is there not
sport.
enough prestige in yachting? Or is it easier to compete with other fools like yourself? Everyone has a starting pistol, just shoot and run.
Don't say a word. I don't know where you're getting half of this nonsense, but you're on some thin ice here that I'm willing to crack.
Damn you, Paul. I'm sick
Oh, this is a fight room after all.
Who's
Knew
this
it.
peacock? Does he know who I am?
I definitely know who you are not. You're not a dictionary reader, at least. I wanted to see how you... pals interact with each other in your natural habitat.
Didn't I say there's cover, there's places to hide? Nice eyes. They're all very wormy.
But I'm afraid I have to interfere.
It has been a whole day since we did combat training. I think it's left control to hide, right?
I'm coming for you.
Okay, and then arrest him. Oh no. Run away, fool! What environmental stuff do we have? He's got a hat. Where's the hat man? Oh, don't kill him. There we go. And then left click, and then the whole thing just to get him down.
You've lost.
Okay, gotta find an environmental thing for him, because I already blew his thing up. Come closer, come closer.
Too simple.
Still shooting everybody in the foot though. Hat. Oh good, he surrendered.
Ready.
And I still beat him up.
No more crime for you.
Then
Give
how
him
do
the
I
pepper
handcuff?
snuff.
Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. I gotta reload. And his helmet. Ah. Just barely made it.
Don't bother.
There is a fire extinguisher I could use. John Marizzi, another hat. I can't do the hat, but he's right there in front of me. He's got a hat.
Die!
Where'd you go? You're on this side now? Oh, he's got a mask on. Then goes the hat. It's a bit tricky, just gotta get used to it. There's more? Hat.
I'm coming.
Dude, TMI, keep that to yourself. This isn't the time.
The snuff's ready.
Whoa. Is that another... more armored pieces?
Time to knock this guy out.
Help out. Ah! It's okay, it's okay, still getting used to it. Why are they even wearing explosive bottles on their backs? Oh, that's not a thing? No. And that's the last of them, right?
Don't bother moving.
That's the last?
You've lost.
Cool.
And there's no reward for risking our lives.
8
Explanation
bucks.
will suffice.
Only got 8 bucks for all that. Okay, there's Paul. Talk to Paul then. More Mind Palace. Paul has a fresh bruise. From the shed, maybe? Paul's elbow injury may have been sustained by falling on Theater Guild and shed. Any one of these could be the unknown third party. I think it's Paul. Because they both have compelling reasons and motives, but Arthur really doesn't say the murdery type. Whereas Paul's got all the motivation.
Your fellow mariners have a strange way of showing hospitality.
They were not my friends.
Are you sure? I would rather risk my neck for someone who's at least honest and thankful.
Perhaps then don't enter someone's life and be so judgmental, pretending you're better than they are.
Then give me your perspective and allow me to see through your eyes.
Theodore Gilden is dead.
I tried to tell you before, but your partners interrupted. Have you heard the news? Theodore Gilden is dead. Do you have
It has
anything to
been
say?
4 days.
Well, what a shock. To me, he was an angry old ogre. Good riddance. Was it Goliath that killed him? Did it crush him? Break his bones? Come on, tell me. I want all the details.
Neither
You have
is
an unusual
particularly
way of
shocked.
showing grief. Imogen wouldn't appreciate that. But yes, the animal could have been involved.
It's poetic in a way, isn't it? It takes a beast to kill a monster. I wish I could have been that elephant.
What were you doing this morning, Miss Perks?
Don't call me that. I'm a champion. I was sailing.
The other club members told me that you missed the race this morning. Do champions not need to practice?
Ugh, you've talked with them already.
There goes
No,
the
I
alibi.
wasn't racing. I visited the doctor after that attack on me. And then I had to honor the deal with the bandits you just took care of.
Asking for trouble, should be more cautious.
This business of yours, you should be more careful. Ruining your life at such a young age is ridiculous.
I am careful. Except for you, no one has noticed where I store the smuggled goods.
Oh,
If
do you mean the
police
tea?
arrive, there's no link to me. It's common storage, not exclusively mine.
What evidence do we have? We have Imogen's testimony.
I don't
Doesn't
know
care.
what you're suggesting.
The packed bags. You two were gonna leave together, right? Was that just to leave Imogen on? To get more money?
Imogen doesn't strike me as an industrious young lady, so I find it strange that she was busy packing up all her belongings when Mr. Gilden died. That's some
When Mr. Gilden what?
favourable wind in your sails, isn't it?
Is it so suspicious that a couple might embark on a trip? I wanted to thank her, so we planned to go traveling. A Theodore-free place, without elephants.
The timing of it is suspicious, however. Your lady friend becomes an orphan and heir, and there's a planned trip directly afterwards.
An improvised romantic dinner will never please a spoiled girl. A planned voyage might.
Mood.
It's not spur of the moment.
So you claim that was pre-planned, but so might have been the murder. Or at the very least, to scare the elephant off, scare the old man. Sweat of the elephant?
I'm clueless.
Your couple's portrait?
A charming picture. I've heard that champions do often pose with their trophy.
Cheeky. It is a lovely trophy, though. I'm sure you may agree.
What is it that you like most about her? Her naivety? Her father's money?
A somewhat difficult choice. Especially now that her father is out of the equation.
Does sound like Paul's in it for the money. The whirlpool has darts. Tell us about the
Look
darts.
what I found. A box full of darts.
Hey,
Also
that's
for
mine.
rats.
I confiscated it. These darts appear to be filled with something. Poison? How powerful is it?
It's strychnine. Enough to instantly kill a small rodent. I haven't tried it on a human. Yet. I hope you know what you're doing.
Could it immobilize a larger animal, say, an elephant?
I've never tried, but I have wondered.
Isn't strychnine an ingested poison? Does it work in the bloodstream? Registration of Gilden and Swift. Do you care about that?
I don't know what this means.
Okay. Arthur Swift's research. Bazookaology trilogy.
I don't know what this means.
What? But that's your beloved's favorite book series, and you don't know? Arthur's box of darts. What about Theodore threatening you?
It seems as though Theodore Gilden hung a sword of Damocles over your life and career. Were these only words, or something more serious?
Check my forearm. Pulled muscles
Arthur
and
keeps getting
bruises.
interrupted.
Small cuts. Nothing that you could call serious.
I doubt that a man in his late 50s could wrestle you.
It wasn't him. He behaved like a rat and hired brutes. His boys tried to lock my hands behind my back, but I was faster and I escaped.
Was he so protective of his daughter, or was it your feminine secret that provoked him?
My guess is that he was protecting his property. As he saw it, he owned Imogen, and he treated her like a piece of furniture. He didn't want his daughter to be loved by anyone. What's
Well,
more
neither do you,
painful is
though.
that Theodore didn't allow me to love his daughter. Typical.
You're the
I'm
one
not sure that
saying
your
Imogen
relationship
has no
with
friends,
Imogen
she
could
needs
be
me.
described as typical.
Are you afraid of a woman in trousers? Now that's typical of men.
Also worth noting that she refers to Theodore as a rat, and the darts are supposed to be for rats. Is that a confession? Tussin trunks. The traces near the shed, and the knife. Is it your knife?
Does this knife seem familiar? I didn't find it in your competitor's back, to be clear.
This knife is as blunt as your humor. It's a bosun's knife, but it's not mine. I wouldn't be so careless as to mislay my tools.
You know, be it Arthur or Paul, it's entirely possible that either of them could have hired somebody else to go spook the elephant. So the knife wouldn't necessarily have to finger either of them. Animal suspect. Imogen says Goliath was dangerous but never sought aggressive. Arthur says it sought to free itself. What do you
What
think?
can you tell me about the elephant?
He's smarter than some people here, including his owner. Although I feel he could be dangerous, no matter how much he's fed.
Why is that? Have you ever seen Goliath attack anyone?
Well, not exactly. But I saw it, abusing some poor tree during one of its walks with Theodore. The expression on that old ninny's face was priceless. But it wasn't funny to look at. Believe me, it was frightening.
Paul is cold and stubborn, but cooperative. Paul is not surprised that Goliath killed Theodore. Mentioned his mating season. Is that what he means by was abusing a tree? Knife doesn't belong to him. Paul Perks. Do you disagree with my assessment?
I don't know what you're suggesting.
Okay. Psychotropics in the tea caddies.
You smuggle illicit psychotropes on your yacht. Not a delivery for the hospital, I'm sure.
Of course not. I've had to cut corners to earn some money. How might a person afford to pay for a yacht in an honest way? I don't know, although I'm smart. The buyers are my customers. Adults who are willing to pay for their pleasure, or weapons for jewels. Whatever they want me to deliver. Nothing criminal.
Nothing criminal,
Well,
just
it's your
guns
lucky
and
day.
drugs.
I'm not here because of smuggling. Have you tasted this tea yourself?
I wouldn't have been a champion if I had used it. It's just a side business that keeps my career afloat. It's quite expensive to compete in yachting. Sometimes I cut corners.
Such as fixing Whirlpool yourself?
Exactly. And sometimes I just have to pay. That's how I earn money. I don't sell slaves or take the last mangear from a poor family.
Any other evidences? A workshop?
I don't know what you're suggesting.
That it's a workshop. What else? Dig sites? Not pretty much else for here, huh? Ruins he probably has nothing to do with. The death?
I'm clueless.
The elephant's footprint?
I don't know what this means.
I think that's it for evidence, to be honest. Unless he knows anything about Arthur.
I don't know what you're suggesting.
No. Anything about ivory baths?
A. Swift. Are you familiar with this name? The gentleman had business with Mr. Guild.
Likely just another strange and wrinkled fellow like old Gildem was. Perhaps this Swift person has a rhino, and they wanted to see which pet was stronger. In other words, I don't know who he is, but I bet he's crazy like Theodore.
I doubt that court owner has ever boasted a battle arena for that size of mammal. You have an interesting imagination.
7 evidence updated, Mind Palace, 2 clues. Is that all the evidence here? It's not yet green. For all evidence. Just key evidence. What does that mean then? There's still evidence here too. Because key evidence but not all evidence. And you have all evidence collected. So there's at least one more evidence here and at the back. Maybe. Okay. Worked for a criminal organization on the side, smuggling for money. Unnecessary evil. Will amortize the cost of the true profession. I don't know, the knife could be a smoking gun. Everyone blames Goliath for the death of Theodore Gilden. Theodore once attacked Paul, though. It was mating season. Goliath is dangerous right now, but may prove valuable to the case. Lure him out by exploiting his lust. You know, it could also be that maybe it is just the elephant. It could be there are no actual attempts on Theodore's life. That we have 2 people who do have cause or desire to see him dead and aren't too upset about his passing, but otherwise just coincidence. It could honestly be that Goliath was just super horny and super caged up and just needed to escape. Somebody was there, but that could just be coincidence. Theodore threatened Paul and then attacked Paul. Theodore Gilden was highly motivated to destroy Paul's career and well-being, even going so far as to hire criminals. We still have incomplete stuff though. 2 evidence updated. And it's no longer on key evidence collected, there's still more here. But first I gotta pee. It's been 4 hours. So, gonna leave you folks with the lovely Paul smoking in her face. And I shall be back at a few. Then we'll see if we can't find more evidence for this case. BRB. A jolt from how good it is. Let me see, where's OBS? How loud is this? That's not too loud. That's like the low yellows. That's perfectly fine. Maybe that means the game itself is too soft. If this coming on is so jolting. The mood shift? What have you done? The doorknob again. Speaking of, while I'm here, should prep a little more tea. Besides, what mood shift? They mentioned Palau once. Ergo, it's totally fitting. Once for like 5 seconds, and then never again for the rest of the game. But, I'm rolling with it. And suddenly music. That does mean the game is too soft then. Gotta crank its volume all the way to the roof. Okay, Paul.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
Is there anything more we could talk about? Is there any evidence it requires? The vial of perfume. Have this up against again. An excellent source of pheromones. Okay, more chemical analysis. I mean, it's sweat though, yeah? Oh, now it's a little more complex. -3 green and 3 reds. Oh, we gotta map this out then! What about a -5 and then a +2? -5 and 2 make -3, yeah? I know math. And then I just need a 3. Oh, this is so fun. -3, 3. It's not too difficult when they give you the solution and what to aim for. I have extracted pheromones from the liquid. Fabric for doll making at the dig site. The elephant Goliath was present for Mr. Gilden's death, and may hold answers to how it happened. We do get to interrogate the elephant. Sturdy gray fabric that can hold gas, that's a canvas. An instrument to... alright, okay. The foghorn, the perfume, and the fabric at the dig site. And there's nothing else. 2 evidence updated, but still blank here and here. Is there more evidence?
Just be quick.
We can't ask her anymore. And since she does identify as woman, I'll use her. But still Paul, because we have no other name. John splashing about, always making me think there's a body in here.
It might fool an elephant.
Key evidence, but not all evidence still. Maybe all evidence. Well, that's the yard though, not the house. And the house should be where the perfume is? Right, gotta be outside to teleport. Oh, this blood of mine just lying around. Okay. Back to Northern Old City. You know, this isn't the easiest setup. Pearls, hat, and headphones all at once. Wait a minute, hold on. The riddle. The riddle. Wasn't there one for? An ark made of stone, east from the old ruins, guards the ancients until the end. What counts as old ruins? Archaeological dig site. Is there anything up here in Castle Road? That's Castle Road though, so this is probably a castle. Castle ruins? Old City Bridge, Maltese Bridge. There's an aqueduct at the Miner's End. All evidence of the forest clearing.
Stop, Lloyd.
Oh, that is a beautiful sunrise. How do I camera mode this game? Because the camera is all blurry. Okay, don't mind me just sitting your canvas.
This fabric will work.
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
Oh right, Mrs. Nini, the fabric person.
Be swift.
So we can't ask you anything new? What about now that Mr. Swift is up here? Is the burial available? Nah, nothing here to do. This count as outdoors or indoors? It counts as indoors, you can't teleport. So I don't think this is where the next bit of the riddle is. Watches the ancients I thought might have been the statues that watched the brother. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. East from the old ruins. Ark made of stone. Guards the ancients until the end. Arch made of stone. There's these arches, but that is that. Because otherwise, we solved it already. East from old ruins. East is here. If these are... Oh no, I'm stuck at a thing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's not here. It's definitely not here. All evidence found here. Only key evidence in the boat workshop and the yard. The force is all done. Miss Nini is out behind the police station. Miss Nini.
He's even been putting up posters, poor man. Losing it may be the death of him.
Oh, what's going on? What are the circumstances behind the missing item posters? Brother been to London? No. Music teacher? Central Scadilio. Rob last year? No. Selling antiques? No. Ah. Missing person, they said, right?
He's even been putting up posters, poor man.
Missing item posters. Brother? No, right. Back. Oh, John dislikes me for that. John, hush.
He's even been putting up...
Forget the brother. Forget setting antiquities. Central Scadalio. Rob last year. No. Violin stolen, yes. Music teacher, yes. So you are allowed one wrong. I guess it depends on how many it is, actually. A local music teacher has been putting up posters in Central Scadalio around St. Clement's Cathedral, appealing for information about a stolen violin. Where's Nini's? Miss Nini? You're not Mark Nini? Or is she Trinity Way? Sup, John?
I can't wait to see the fruits of your labor.
String theory, musician in duress. A fabric that can be filled with gas. Miss Nini on Knights Road and Trinity. You can't just mark it for me, been there already. Knights and Trinity. Yeah, it's here, isn't it? Nini's.
Good day, madam. I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Senor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief.
They did?
Of
Well
course
done.
I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Elephant.
Animal, passionate, perhaps. amorous animal.
Ah, signore, you talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what
She knows
you
about furries. It's not going to surprise her.
I need a life-size elephant.
I think Mrs. Nini outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's her masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time.
So, what trunk do we put it in? Is it just in my inventory? With the magnificent elephant doll now in my possession. Just vaguely in my possession. And John Diary, how back and forth is John's diary? If Sherry paid a little more attention or figured out what those people were discussing. I never doubted that Sherry would get what he needed from those gossipers. Make up your mind, John. Do you like me or not? In or out, you cat? Okay, so wanna see. What else is there behind the house? Also grab the perfume from inside. Maybe see if Imogen has more to tell me. Now that we know the nature of her relationship. We met Paul. And I still think Paul's using her for her money, or her dad's money. Perfume? Where's the perfume? Was it not here?
Looks eccentric and smells eccentric.
Where's the smelly perfume, John? I don't see the perfume. The perfume was right here. I seem to recall. Did somebody come and take the perfume while I wasn't looking? Did I take it? Is it in my pockets? Oh, I guess I do have it. Must have taken it the first time I was here then. Never mind, John. But how would you like a giant elephant doll? The magnificent elephant doll.
I've nothing to say about this.
Suspicious notes. What about your girlfriend's psychotropics?
Are you aware that Paul smuggles drugs for a dangerous gang?
Mr. Holmes, I've already told you. I call him a pirate in play. He's not an actual pirate. He's a champion and a brave gentleman, not a thug.
Let us agree to disagree on that. But don't be surprised if one of his clients knocks on your door.
Doesn't want to believe that Paul could do something like this.
I'm afraid I can't add anything useful.
What do you know about your dad's threatening notes?
Have you seen what your father sent to Paul?
This is despicable. My father was never a gentleman, but this crosses the line. I knew that father wasn't fond of Paul, but this is just awful. If only he could have seen how good Paulie is to me.
Nothing more?
It's chilling to think the
Nothing
monster
more.
is free.
Imogen was shocked to see how far her father's threats went. Maybe it was Imogen. Maybe she accidentally killed her own father. He's not a thug, Daddy, though. But the thing is, he is. I mean, Paul confirms that yes, she does smuggle drugs to pay for yachting. By choice.
An amount of attention that most can only dream of.
Is there anything else back here that we're missing? I don't think there's anything else back here.
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
Or we're gonna make it a flying elephant.
Or a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. You forgot about your new friends, Sherlock. Nabe and Laura. You won't reunite the trilogy.
I want to, I
torturing
want
me?
to.
Those are your friends, John. I
Wait.
have a case to solve.
Well, it's up to you. But I think you'll regret it.
I still want to do that,
She
though.
is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
It is gonna be a flying
Are
elephant.
we ready? I can't stand the tension.
Are they really gonna say though? Are you sure you don't want to do this? And not
We're
give me the
ready.
chance to say, never mind, let's do that
Let's
first.
call the elephant.
Man. Salacious trumpet, submissive trumpet, teasing trumpet, impatient trumpet, or tempting trumpet. Let's go salacious. If I told you you had a nice trumpet, you hold it against me.
How could anyone resist?
Elephant dating sim. Submissive trumpet? Please show me a night I'll never forget.
I knew a lady once who said just that.
A teasy trumpet. If you were a chicken, you'd be impeccable.
Too bad I'm not an elephant.
Impatient trumpet. Here I am. What are your other two wishes? Wow.
Take your time, Sherry.
Tempting? Do you like raisins? How do you feel about a date? You gotta
That
stop
deserves a
though.
slap.
Elephants communicate
And then
by
a kiss.
stomping, don't they?
And here's our lovesick friend.
Oh, would have worked somehow. It's actually worked. But we didn't get to accuse anyone yet. Well, it can't be done surely, because we haven't been an accusation. We haven't interrogated the elephant first.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave it.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you.
So Goliath is found, and I guess that means... Well, that's a different set of evidence. So where's the book then? We got one book missing. It's either going to be in the workshop or the yard, I think. Because I refuse to finish this off until we get the Bazooka-ology trilogy. I gotta do it for John, you know? I've already dropped so much of John's affections for me, just making guesses. John hates when you're not perfect first time go. So I gotta find the book. Can't go in.
Hog heaven.
No, we can't do anything here but say Hog Heaven.
Hog heaven.
Well, if it's not here, maybe I wasn't as thorough as I could be in the workshop, because I don't know. I'm gonna save, because I would hate if it turns into you step in there and that's it. It's all done, locked into it. Oh, it's an elephant now. Cute. Oh, they are so cute together. He's got marks on his head. He's been scratched, maybe in his escape?
A royal suite for a favorite pet.
Plenty of food to satisfy even the most fastidious.
All evidence collected. Is that for the yard or for the elephant? That's for the yard. Okay. Which means it has to be in here then. Don't worry, John. I'm still going to find your Bazooka-ology trilogy. It's still up here. It hasn't been archived yet. Imaginary friends are so demanding. I should probably get changed too, because everyone's going to think that I am a petty laborer otherwise. Master Sleuth? Also gets worker. Ah. So I didn't have to buy any new clothes after all. Could have just used this. And that'd have been worker bar up. And cop is the opposite of worker. I love that. Sherlock suit. Greatest detective. Ah, see, my interpretation is not about cops doing work, but about being the enemies of the good laborers. Jacket, no jacket. Jacket, no jacket. It's warm, I bet. No jacket. No jacket, no hat, no makeup. Just all my pouches hanging and flapping about. Okay, so we got one final book for John. Gotta shove my nose in every single surface. To find a little tiny interaction dot. I'm surprised it's not along this jump. There's plenty here to hide stuff in. No? Shouldn't move camera up and down and everywhere since that one coat rack we passed how many times at the house was simply a matter of not aiming the camera in a perfect direction. 3 of 3 it claims, unless there is another book here. No? No book on the bookshelf for me?
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
Bloody bandages.
And 4 of 4 here, there is also no book.
Just be quick.
Where is my missing evidence? Where is the last Bazookaology book? Oh, there you are. Found you. Sails of Hatred.
Sails of Hatred.
There you go,
Seems
John. I
there is
found them
something
all.
for everyone, including champions.
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert, you, what was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some kindling?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
I love these camera
It'll
angles.
make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127 of the second book.
Oh, I am so done with this.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
John like is up. A monumental work deserves to be found and preserved. Perhaps one day Cheryl will discover its brilliance and be forced to eat crow. Okay, so where are they? Actually, no, I'm not gonna go through all of them. The John challenge is won. Alright, now I'm comfortable and confident in going through and finishing this off. Greens all around. Green, 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 And all I'm lacking is one Ace Attorney-esque elephant interrogation. Pardon, miss, pardon, gentlemen. So far, I'm leaning towards Polly, because Polly was directly threatened. But it's entirely possible that this is all one big giant accident, and it's also entirely possible that the daughter herself accidentally killed her dad in an attempt to get rid of the elephant. Okay, tell me your secrets. Oh, you do have a dart in you that I see. Maybe the dart made you go wild. And that's what made you act up. So a shooter at the gate would have shot you while Theodore was doing the daily chores, enraging you, and so you grab him, smash him, you realize what went wrong, and in grief, out you go, knocking over whoever. Because this is a big intelligent beauty, don't forget. This big intelligent beauty delicately hung the clothes of its killed master.
Want to talk about the elephant in the yard?
A single dart, but both Arthur and Polly are missing 2 darts.
A feathered fletching. There's something in the needle. This might be promising.
Chemicals to analyze. Key evidence.
It injured itself while running through the forest.
Has its eye dilations.
Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman.
Tusker
The left
intact.
tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
So just the dart was of importance. Chemical analysis on the dart. It's gotta be strychnine, but both Swift and Polly claim they were for rats. Three and -4. -4. I have a -2. I've only got one -2. How do I get the rest into negatives then? Because everything else is a positive. Actual, huh? Could I double up? What is this? Is that a transform one to the other? Is it? Hold up, is it? Wait, we got beaker symbols and test tube symbols. Beaker symbol. It's a swap of plus and a minus? Could I turn this? What does that do? That turns it to -4. Okay, oh, that's kind of cool. That's pretty cool. So -4 is solid. And then 3. Bam, easy. And then combine them both. -3, -4, confirm. I'm puzzled. Trace amounts of strychnine inside of it. This amount could kill a human, but was not enough to topple such a large animal. Instead, it most likely aggravated the elephant, causing a fit of rage and bursts of strength. I don't know. They're both missing 2 darts. Both Paul and Arthur own darts. So it could be either of them. Both Paul Swift and Arthur Swift and Paul Perks. So it means to shoot the elephant with a dart. So I have to choose. Who did it? A third party used Goliath. Deliberately shot a poison dart at Goliath to provoke it into attacking Theodore Gilden, or tried to protect Theodore Gilden by shooting a poison dart at the elephant. I could initiate vote, but I could also choose whatever I want to. I don't know. I really don't know. I think both parties are upset at Mr. Gilden. Regardless, whoever came here with the gun and the dart would have done so, bringing poison dart gun here. They didn't come with good intentions. I wanted to believe maybe it was accidental. Used Goliath or protected Theodore? That doesn't get me anything else, though. Goliath may have killed Theodore. Third party used Goliath. Protected Theodore. Goliath killed Theodore in a fit of rage. Goliath killed Theodore Gilden. After a quick one-sided confrontation, the elephant fled, leaving Gilden to succumb to his injuries. I don't think that's right. It's weird, it's bizarre, but the evidence seems to suggest that despite being an animal that wasn't in its habitat, that Gilden actually cared for it, and the elephant cared for him in turn. It seemed very delicate with him. Execute Goliath. He killed his own master. Theodore Gilden nurtured this animal and cared for him, but the wild nature of the beast makes him extremely dangerous to others. Inform Imogen that his execution is the only way to ensure its safety. Or save Goliath. He's a wild animal. His captors are the ones responsible for his behavior. The elephant requires a new owner and home. I should discuss this with Imogen and any possible options to save the really quick elephant. I don't think that's correct. I think that if somebody came here with a poison gun, they didn't come here to hunt rats for Theodore. Theodore attempted to destroy Paul. Arthur may have been at the crime scene, changes nothing. What I need is some way to link this and this. Cause yeah, Goliath may have killed Theodore. But because he was used. Goliath may have been provoked. The dart shot at Goliath may have provoked the beast into a violent rage. So is it Arthur? To protect his research? Use Goliath to kill Theodore Gilden? To secure control over the dig site, and everything of historical value within. Arrest Arthur, free Goliath. Arthur used the elephant to kill his former partner, Theodore Gilden. And Arthur was ready to sacrifice others for his own well-being. Was he though? He's cheap. He's cheap when it comes to hiring workers. But it doesn't say like he's a murdery type. Cruelty towards humans and animals should be punished? Or perhaps Arthur was a victim of Theodore Gilden's greed. He tried to protect humanity's history from those who would privatize or discard it. Let Goliath take the blame for Gilden's death, but insist in return that Arthur leave Cordona. I don't think it was him though. I'm also not completely convinced that it was Paul, who did have motive, and the knife is pretty telling. Paul Perks killed Theodore Gilden using Goliath? He has motive too, or she has motive too, having been threatened directly by Theodore. who sent thugs and goons to attack her. Used an air gun with a poison dart to provoke the elephant. Agitated and scared, the animal attacked Mr. Gilden. With Theodore gone, there was no one to stop Paul from being with Imogen. Arrest Paul, free Goliath. Paul Perks is an egotist with no regard for the lives of others, who built an entire career in the lies of deception and orchestrated the death of Theodore Gilden using his own pet. Cordona will be safe without Paul roaming free. See, I don't think Paul is all that bad. If she wasn't threatened right, if she wasn't physically threatened with violence, and physically received said violence. Sure, her interest in Imogen is mostly she is naive and rich, and that pays for my yacht as well as my drugs do. But I don't see her being a murderer. Maybe it helps to have slayed the old dad. Maybe she only wanted to wound or scare him, but either way caused a death. Let Paul go and execute Goliath. Paul Perks was a victim of persistent attacks by Theodore Gilden. They were desperate, and to protect a promising career, used Goliath to kill Gilden. Place the blame on Goliath, but insist that Paul leave Cordona as penance. Either way, somebody has to die, either via the death penalty, or the elephant takes a fall and gets executed. Oh, there's no good end for this one. I do think it was Paul, though. If there was room for Imogen killed her dad by accident, or the elephant was simply horny and it was mating season, and whoops, accident. Then sure. Actually, that would be the, protect Theodore option, wouldn't it? That Goliath did it, but it's a wild animal. Don't kill the animal, just relocate it. That way nobody takes the blame. Nobody takes the blame when the elephant still gets to live. But see, this isn't Ace Attorney. This isn't you're a defense attorney, you did your job. You don't have to find the truth. In this case, we're here for the truth, so I do kind of have to go with what I think is a correct answer, in which if they came here with guns, with poison, they did come to provoke the elephant. It was very deliberate. And while they both have motives, it was a boating knife that was found. And Paul might consider it self-defense. I'm gonna say Paul did it. And we'll have Paul face justice and not turn Goliath into a scapegoat. I'm gonna initiate voting. What if I initiate voting and then nobody votes? Does it default to whichever is highlighted? Does it take a random one? Because I don't want to execute Goliath. You know what? No, it's okay. Because I could always go back on it. Initiate voting. Do we arrest Paul and free Goliath? Or spare Paul? By executing the elephant. Nay, son. You could vote too. No? No vote? Okay. 15 seconds. And then the elephant dies. Let Paul go, execute Goliath, What? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I don't know if that was a random one because I saw 0 zeros, or if we're really being bloodthirsty and choosing let Paul go. Look at that, you get the noose over the elephant's head? No! Switch conclusions. Deny this fate. Arrest Paul, free Goliath. After all, it turns out Paul is a woman, and maybe they'll be more generous. The British administration, and they gave the death penalty to everybody, so they probably won't be kind to a brown woman masquerading as a man, smuggling drugs, killing wealthy people. She might get Australia. Who knows? At least the elephant won't have to die, right? Was Elephant shot before or after Theodore's death, and does it matter? What if it was after? They don't mean after, like, in the forest. They mean, like, during the attack. Shoot the dart to the elephant and the elephant attacks? Or elephant attacks, then shoot the dart? But I think I am done. New Mind Palace clue, is there? All clues found for the current case. Maybe I could ask others about the dart, you know? See if they could account for the 2 missing darts. You were right about Goliath. Would be...
I have to leave you for now.
That yes, the beast was wild and attacked, isn't it? I think I can only J-accuse at this point. And I guess that kind of confirms the voting stuff was all just for inconsequential things. The character profiles you can get wrong, but I don't think that matters. Voting where to go next isn't a big story changer, and the conclusions seem mostly to guide your thinking, and you could always go back on them. So I guess there isn't any force the player into a bad ending or whatever else. Evidence? The dart on the elephant. Tell me about it.
I don't know what you're suggesting.
Really? Come on. The book trilogy.
Between yachts, darts, and notes from bandits, I've discovered many fascinating facts about you. But this, an installment of Nabe and Laura's adventures. Why did you sully your library with this?
Sean likes, it's not that bad.
A gift from Imogen. I didn't buy it. I might have turned a couple of pages, but nothing more. I swear.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but your literary taste has put you on my blacklist.
Well, there you go. We're going to accuse her purely because of the book.
Did it feel good killing Theodore Gilden after the humiliation and threats?
What? I thought you were blaming Goliath for that.
No, I think you killed Theodore Gilden. Goliath is, unfortunately, a victim of circumstance.
I'm far better than to kill Gilden. Believe me.
Found your dart?
You see, I managed to capture the elephant. Goliath had a dart stuck in his hide, similar to the ones that you use to kill rodents. My guess is that you used Goliath. A dart can kill a mouse or human, but for an elephant, it's not enough. Strychnine is a powerful stimulant and convulsant. Once the drug was in the bloodstream, Goliath became extremely agitated and so blinded by the flow of energy that he killed his owner.
And my dart is responsible for that. I'd rather use my hands.
Yes, there would have been fewer variables, but after the attack on you, your condition didn't allow for a direct confrontation. So, you used what you had.
That's not what happened. Anyone might have the same set of darts as I do. They're not expensive.
And
But
the
not
other two
everyone
su-
knew
other
Theodore
suspects had
and
the same
had
guards
access
too.
to his property.
But the knife, we had the knife too.
You were at the crime scene at the precise moment when Gilden died.
I was not. I was visiting the doctor after the attack on me.
No, we can't ask the
Of
doctor to confirm
course,
that.
where no one saw you. That's an inconvenience. But in any case, the person who was there met the rage of the elephant. One was struck by the gate with such impact that they were thrown into the shed. The knife fell out. The bruises on your elbow match the contour of the hole in the shed.
But I told you where my bruises came from.
And I heard you, but you didn't catch my words. A bosun's knife was found there, a very specific tool commonly used in your field.
That's only your assumption. I was never there.
Oh,
I mean, I was, but not when
stuttering.
this happened.
Oh, backtracking.
I can understand why you killed Mr. Gilden. He saw you with his daughter. He checked up on you, yachtsman, smuggler, and a woman. He went so far as to hire some thugs to attack you. Theodore knew your weakness, your career. He forced you into a corner. You're a survivor. You were prepared for the worst, but Theodore surpassed even your worst-case scenario. So you responded accordingly.
I've earned everything myself. Every victory, every trophy, every mangir. I achieved all of it without murder. I don't need to kill in order to win.
And you weren't afraid that he would reveal your secret to the owner of the yacht club or your competitors?
I can control my fear. Trust me, I wouldn't have become a professional athlete otherwise.
Does this mean I get it all wrong? You're free, blame Goliath. Unlike the first guy, she is not willing to confess. So either I got this all completely wrong, or she's very smart and chooses to just don't talk to the wannabe cop. Oh no. Well, we can't kill the elephant. The poor elephant was just a tool. Sorry, Polly.
I revealed many truths and lies concerning Gilden. One banal fact is that he was a bitter and angry man who acted according to his own desires and impulses. Such people are dangerous, they are unpredictable, and value their own comfort more than anything and anyone. The same as you, Paul.
More judgmental shows.
You're a gambler, smuggler, and actor. You indulge your self-importance. Such egocentricity and impulsivity is frightening. I won't allow you to play with someone else's life. You are under arrest.
Wait. At least tell Imogen. Tell her where I am.
Of course,
I think
Australia.
she deserves a space without you. I heard you can gamble on racing in prison, only it's rat racing. No yachts. Goodbye, Paul.
Why did you pick my Paul? Out of all the people on this island. Just when I needed someone I could rely on.
Imogen, you gotta mature up to on her
I
own.
saved you. I found the true murderer. Would you really choose to live with the person who took your father's life?
You took away the pillar I was relying on. Paul was my only hope. You've destroyed it.
It was Paul who destroyed it, not me. I was merely the fact-checker who discovered the real culprit. And now about that elephant.
Oh yes, Goliath. You did nothing about it. I had to deal with it. Fortunately, there was a real man wanting to help me. He agreed to buy Goliath and relocate him to his property.
I suppose I must
Werner.
congratulate you.
I bet it's gonna be Werner.
I'd rather you leave. But first, here are my father's belongings. Some of them have information about your mother.
Oh, cool, the plot.
Take them
Forgot
and
about
leave
that.
me be.
I appreciate it, Miss Gilden. I assure you, I only wanted to find the true perpetrator.
And I could be wrong about that.
Perhaps you found a convenient
Yeah.
scapegoat. Goodbye.
It's an.
I
Oh
truly
man.
hope you meet more honest people in the future.
I bet Swift would have like denied it to the grave too. I bet this is one of those things where you don't get a clear answer. Maybe the best conclusion is to just blame the elephant, but then say, oh, it's a wild beast, it could have controlled itself, just relocate it. Especially if it's ambiguous. But the knife was there, and Polly did admit that was his knife, and she was there at some point. But for the knife to drop there means that she would have had to have been at the gate when it was smashed open, so it's very likely. Pi squared? Oh, Violet Holmes.
My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend.
A good friend, Mr. Gilden. Don't tell me Mom and Mr. Gilden. My dear Theodore, I know you know I value our friendship more than most other bonds. We share the same restless soul, and your acceptance and support in trying times has been a blessing. I'm endlessly grateful for the turn of fate that saw Sigurd and I join the same expedition as you. It changed my life for the better. Nevertheless, I am not blind, nor a hypocrite. I know that your feelings towards me have deepened. Forgive me, Theodore, but I do not feel as you do. I must spare you the pain of one-sided love before it is too late. Please see enclosed a necklace you so thoughtfully gifted in remembrance of our adventure together. I cannot, in good conscience, continue to wear it. I know this letter will cause you such hurt, and for that I can but apologize deeply. Yet my heart is with Sigurd. It was still unaware of your desires. If this sees the end of our friendship, I will understand, but I truly hope we can continue to share conversations, collaborations, and kindness that have brought me such joy all these years. Yours, respectfully, only respectfully. He got respect zoned. Does this mean another door is going to be unlocked? The upstairs room. This is Mom said room. And a key. I don't think Theodore had a beard. Is that the doctor?
I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happened somewhere in the manor.
Finally moving forward. Shall we go?
Finally moving forward. 5 hours into the second day. John, I feel that. How many bucks do I have now? 40 bucks. Fragmented memory and where's home? There's a church. And home is where? I am, the other way. Other way? No, this way. Also, get to see my new decorations then. Be cool. I get to keep the elephant balloon. And there's my my new swing.
Place for reading.
My new swing bench. Where's the other bench? They're both here, right? And there's my new bench.
Hey, is anybody at home? Hello?
The beginning of my Batman collection. Memorabilia from each case.
I imagine Goliath was surprised to find out his lady was not real.
Hold up. Oh, I thought there was like a dot there. There might have been more memories I missed. Okay, so we got the family portrait. The chandelier really brightens things up. The rug looks lovely against the stairs.
I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered. Home sweet home, Sherry.
Where's the rest of my new furniture? Upstairs then, maybe?
This portrait was painted some time before my father's death. I would guess it's the only depiction of him that remains.
A blobby memory here. But where's my other pictures? I bought like a couple others, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Maybe I somehow put them in rooms I don't yet have access to. Or I misremembered to identify them. But I thought I did. Okay, where to put the camera? Where's the exact spot that it wants it? I had
a surprise for my mother.
Fragile ancient finding.
I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a big piece of it.
Oh no.
You had a shovel with you, John. I remember now. We dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona.
Looters, you took it out of its matrix.
My mother right away.
You destroyed so much information by doing that.
For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs.
Then the door opens, she walks out, right into it, smashes it. Boys! Then downstairs are we?
I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
The smash smash? Smash smash.
Yes. It came from upstairs.
Scribbly scribbly, scribbly scribbly. Oh, it's an outward folding door.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
You already destroyed the
Indeed,
evidence,
John.
that just finished it
That was
off.
her. Let me concentrate.
Richter, maybe? Herr Professor Richter? Angry, male?
Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it.
But the door's open now.
Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for
Potassium, what?
sentimentality.
Okay, so what cool secrets does Mom hide? Our room had a fake artifact from Palau, which anyone could have seen, because not the right make, material, or anything. Does she have more expertise on what the Brits might have called Palau in these days?
Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move?
Is that a challenge? That is. Bookmark that for me, John. The Times. Sigurd Holmes' obituary in the Times, London, August 21st, 1865. Mr. Sigurd Morton Holmes, the renowned archaeologist, authenticator, and historian, is dead. A mere 41 years of age, he was seized by a cardiac event during the opera at the Covent Garden Theatre on Saturday. Despite the physician's best efforts, he remained insensible and died at 20 minutes past 6 o'clock last evening. His sudden end came as a severe shock to his large circle of acquaintances. Mr. Holmes is survived by his wife Violet and his two sons, Mycroft 16 and Sherlock 6. Oh, just 4 years prior then, to their move here. Funeral service will be held Wednesday at the Highgate Cemetery of St. James and Reverend Wee Stanley.
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
An old sheet of paper, March 25th, 1869. Examination notes of Dr. Otto Richter. Over the last few months, I have asked Mrs. Holmes to sketch some landscapes. The first few were clear and accurate, but subsequent drawings quickly drifted away from reality. It appears her disease progresses rapidly, and perhaps it affects her vision. I made it consider trepanation. Trepanation, trepination? trepanning, also known as trepanation, trephination, trephining, or making a oh no. A surgical intervention in which a hole is drilled or scraped into the human skull. In the 1860s, this is truly a barbaric era. I did finish reading it. No, wait, that was it. So, cause of death for Mom, maybe getting a hole drilled into her head?
My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the
Oh,
island.
that's cute. A violet for violet. I used to do that for Mom when I was like a wee little kid, like 2 or 3 years old. Only they were the flowers that she was tending in her own garden, so she wasn't very happy about that.
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object.
Could it be Mom in a rage attacking her own paintings?
This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
That can't be healthy either. Where's the latch? Is that the skull scraping tool?
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
Quicksilver?
No labels. I doubt it ever had one.
Open it and then chemical and I sort it all out.
There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom.
An almost empty bottle. Otto's diary. Observations of Mrs. Violet Holmes by Dr. Otto Richter, 19th of May 1868. Initial consultations reveal the patient suffers sleep problems, periods of anxiety, and slight confusion of memories. Prescribed a strong sedative to be administered daily, and will continue to monitor symptoms. 3rd of August same year. Sedation has helped minimize anxiety attacks, but Mrs. Holmes now experiences catatonia, apathy, and prolonged depressive states. Well, yeah, your solution was to drug her up. Moreover, the patient's confusion has worsened, and she has begun writing letters to her deceased husband as if he were still alive. What if he is? She did mention in her letter to Theodore that the husband doesn't know about his attraction to her, which wouldn't matter if he was dead. How could he notice if he's dead? So maybe he's not, or maybe that's just the effects of her loose grip on reality. I have prescribed 6 further drugs to balance her mental state, and weekly hydrotherapy. 27 November 1868. The current drug regimen has delivered middling results, with confusion worsening to near constant delusion. Patient grows aggravated when these beliefs are contradicted, prompting aggressive behavior. I have now witnessed several episodes of violence against her own family and towards herself. What? Mom was never violent towards us? Consequently, I ordered that bars be installed on the windows and that Mrs. Holmes be strapped to her bed at night. Mom was going through all this, like one room over. And Holmes never knew, did he? Is this why Mycroft just wants the past buried in the past, because he had more of an awareness being the older kid of what was happening to Mom, and just wants all this buried with her? Lots of suffering, but suffering done, leave it be. All you're doing is digging up her pain as well as your own. Dosage of all medications has been raised. I prescribed the patient additional hypnotherapy sessions, as well as some mild hallucinogens. Whoops. Well, no wonder, poor thing. Medication can help, but when used properly, hypnotherapy isn't exactly an accompaniment, is it? Did Mom make this?
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868.
More drawings of hers. Nothing on the back.
This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869.
Well, her mind must have been going by then. Oh, Mom.
It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent.
That's the house, isn't it?
There's
Gate,
no date
church,
at
and
all.
house. Straps, bedpan.
Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
Potassium bromide. Bromide, like for photographs. 1 dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily, not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
1 dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children. Seems this was the most frequently used medication.
That counts as a clue, just opening the drawer. Does the letter not? There we go. February 1869, from Vida to Sigurd. My gentle Sigurd, alas, I am still yet to receive any correspondence from you. One presumes that previous letters are chasing you around the continent as you travel. I hope you're in good health, and already on your way home. Forgive me my impatience, but life without your kind voice and bright eyes is scarcely worth living. The boys need their father around too. I could tell they miss you, though as you well know, Mycroft is not one to wear his heart on his sleeve. In case my prior letters have been lost, know that we have relocated to Cordona. Please come visit soon. Forever yours, Violet. February 1869.
Brings back some memories.
Morning Mania. What's this? After examining Mother's room, started remembering a chaotic morning together. Bottle was sedative, potassium bromide. Almost empty bottle. To investigate. So what do we have? We have add, change the polarity, and what's this? Up the plus? We have a 2 and -2. -2. What if we return this? 2. 2 and -2. So turn this -5. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. So there's a +1 then, that's a +1 for each. So 2 becomes 3, -2 becomes 1. Meant this one. 2 and 3. Then I need what if I take you to another polarity change? Gives me 3 and 2, which gives only 1 additive left. 4 and 2? No. Added nothing for the reds. Wait, hold on. Because -2 and 2. I am smart. So if I had a red 4 and a blue 2, I'd be done, but I don't. Where's delete all? Reset. John's not gonna be prissy about me resetting, is he? if I start with 4 and 3? Four and 3. Actually, wait. That's okay. Because we could turn that into... Wrong one. Into +1 each. 5 and 4. And then... I'm just playing around right now. 2 and -2? No. What was I thinking? I had something in mind, but I forgot already. Four and 3, and then +1 I had in mind. Right. And then that becomes 5 and 4. No, that doesn't. Then that becomes 5 and 4. Then we need 3s. For the greens. A green +1. But there's also a 3 and 1. And a -5 for the greens. -2 and 2, hold on. Try to find like fun combinations I can do. Like if I turn you to reverse polarity, a 2 and -2, then get a -5 in there at some point, or a +5. Eventually. Three? There's my 3 and 2. Which means, just need a 2 from elsewhere. 2 and -4. Or there's 3. Three +1 to make a 4. And then add you and you. Wait, hold on. But that's too many. Already got a 2 here. And I've only got one addition step to go, which gives far too much. And I don't have a soul -2 for the reds. Oh well. Alright, so we have a 4. But it can't be 4 by itself, I bet. Gotta find some fun combination. And there's probably different ways you can do it too. What about 2 to start off with? 3 and 3 to make a 6 and then -2. Wait, no, not that yet. Reverse polarity. And then add it. Giving 4, 1, and 2. So just need 2 and 2. We have a 2 and 2 for green. We have another 2, which will make 1 too many. But I could only add once more. So the limited ads is a real bottleneck here. And Twitch be like, limited ads? We could fix that. What about 4 and 2? Because 4 is easy to fix. We could turn this into a -1. Also, haven't been using the +1s as much. I got 3 +1s I could use. So I could get everything one short, and then just top it off at the end. Or fix them throughout. -4, -2? No, that's not right. -3, 3, 2? That can't be it. -2 and -2. -2 and 3. -2 with a +5. That's 3 and 3 sorted. Maybe run this one through a +1 first? No, then that's 1 too many for the greens. Four and 4. What I could probably do 3 minus 1. Let's put you aside for now. Three and 3. But there's no mere 1s for that one. Unless I go add 1 on you. For 3 and -1. Reverse the polarity. -3. But I would need a 7 on reds for this to work out. And I don't. I do like this start though. I think that -5 to a +5 is probably gonna be helpful. Four and 2. That'll make 5. But we also have a -2. So maybe toss you in. 7 and 5. Which means now you need -2 and -1. -2 and -1. I can't satisfy it that way. What was I doing here? What are you for? Because that makes you way too big. Unless subtracted. Which ruins it completely then. There goes the entire suit. -1 and 1, with only 1 more room to add. Four, 3, 2. -2 and 2. -5 would make -3. 3 and 1 would make 1 and 3. And then could make 1, 1, 3. And then 1, 1, 3. Will be added together with only one more addition afterwards. That's why I can't just put a 3, 4, 4, because then everyone else is deficient. A 4 and a 2. Gotta do fun stuff with 4 and 2. There's a -1, or it can be a -1. Then again, hold on. I could turn you to minus. Or you to minus. Two and 2, then 1 and 3. Can anything fit 1 and 3? 3 and 1? So 3, 3, 2. Which means I'm only short 1 red and 2 blues. 1 red, 2 blues. There's 1 red, 3 blue. And with only one more addition to do, I can't really sneak anything else out. Unless the end goal is to like up everything by 1 at the very end. Hopefully all these resets don't upset John. Try that. Aim for a +1 at the very last step. So 3, 2, 3 to aim for instead? I still like the -5. There's so much potential in it. -5 to merely a -4. -4 to become -3, and then +3, and then 4 and 4 to worry about without having about anything. 4 and then 3 + 1. Or 3 + 1. What am I looking at here? There's a 4 at the end. Add you two with one more add. Three, 5, 4, but there's no -1 + 1. So that won't do. I would need a +1 -2. There's a -2 + 2. 3 and 1 is already used up. What about -3 -2? No such thing. What else could I do? What else could I do? 1 and 3, 3 and 1 was over there. That made 4 and 3. If I don't have you negative out. Three and -3. 3 and 6. Three and negative 4. What if I got this backwards? And I should negative everything out, and then flip it over at the very end, the positive. Look, it's math, okay? They didn't tell me there'd be math. Four and 2. Negative 4, negative 2. Nah, maybe for these things. Maybe these gotta get flipped around. 2 and negative 2. Because we do have room for some really big 5s. That'll make 3. Two and 3, so we just need 2 more red and the 4. It's a negative 2, 3. One negative 2 and 6. 1, negative 2, and 6. If this was added here instead, one, 3, and 6. But I need a 3 and a -2, but that does not exist either. Two and 3. The 4 seems easy, but it probably isn't. 3 and -2. If I went for you instead, maybe? That'll give me 3 and 3. Is there a -3 I could use for 2? There's no -3 for the 2. Those are these folks. But I can't turn that. Wait a second. No, I couldn't. Because that'll make it 4. I need this to be a -1. Because I could do the +1 at the end, and then hooray. 4, 4, -2. -2. Got it. 4, 3, 4. Bam. That's it, right? 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4. Why are my only options help, reset, and skip? I've done it. I've won. I've got them all. Oh, because these are up, and those go nowhere. But that's done. They all connect. It's all good. Oh wait, then connected. There we go. Forgot that final step. Then confirm. I was like, no, don't tell me that there was a max limit of guesses I could make. And I just used all my reagents. Success. Analysis identified the substance as hallucinogenic derives from mushrooms. Mass shuttle on the go. Guess we can do that. Alright. So what's the objective here? Checkmate him in one move. His figures are black. Defend the king with the bishop. or save the king by retreating. Okay, so my bishop is here. If I move the bishop there... Oh, then he isn't checked because I got the rook right here. And either he moves a bishop to block my rook, and then my bishop could take him, or he takes my bishop, and the rook goes uncontested. Bishop.
Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the black king with the rook.
New entry in John's diary. That was a nice game. Doesn't matter who won. I enjoyed every second of it. Aww. Okay, let's finish this room off then.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
Unknown bottle? Is there more unknown bottles? There's Morning Mania. Examine the memory. Bottle's been done, right? Hallucinogens for mushrooms. Mother was troubled.
Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down.
Then a plate thrown at the painting?
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained.
Mycroft has all the answers. He could just tell us, I bet, but he refuses.
We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
Well, I guess Mycroft got the spill here. Those were some wet slaps. Why is Dr. Otto Richter pushing the table down? Other way, surely, right? Is that some kind of sutra meant to drive the demons out of her? Calming her with the table down, or showing her something that has deeply troubled her, and there goes everything flying towards Mycroft, who had dropped the tray himself, or he has caught everything flying towards him, and there goes his suit. There's no tray in this version, so he probably showed her something horrific. Your husband is actually dead, or here's your diagnoses, or something. And you two just having a tea party while Mother's having a freak out? You put it down with you having a freak out, because oh no, all this is horrifying. You put the tea set down because Mother is screaming, and plates are flying, and Mycroft is getting attacked by plates of the Mycroft. Yeah? Hey, got it, first try.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What? Oh.
What
Everything
are?
will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
That's when she died? 9th of April started off badly. Mother was anxious and hysterical, threw food and shouted at the doctor, calling him a liar. John and I brought her morning tea, but when the shout started, I became scared. The only thing to do was hide near the bed and wait for everything to pass. Thankfully, John was there to protect me and calm me down.
My mother, she was not just ill, but had. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John!
Every time you...
Wait.
I just don't...
So that's not a glitch, she is flicking out of
Please,
existence.
Sherry, leave it be. Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
John, are you yourself a mental block? Are you like what Holmes has to develop as like a coping mechanism? You could ignore all the horrific things with Mom's illness and treatment and her death because you had an imaginary friend to play with. And so the closer you come to the truth, the more that fantasy erodes. Be friendly to John, or push through to continue. Suddenly, I'm caring less and less for John's judgment of me if he really is just a mental block. Let's be kind to our mental block. We could take this at our own pace. We can do this anytime we want, I bet.
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
I'm alright, John. I mean, you're the only one reeling because this is an existential unraveling of your entire being.
In the end, little has changed. My mother was still unwell, just not with tuberculosis. What I do not yet understand is why Mycroft lied about it. There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John.
What? The game's already almost over?
Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait. Did you hear that?
We have guests.
Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
3 evidence updated. Maybe Mycroft is just hiding things because he's a stiffy British gentleman of the late 19th century, and madness of the family is to be discouraged and hidden. Someone knocking on the door. And more clues to Mother's mystery. We brought tea, John and I, my imaginary friend. And Mom had a mental disease. Tea for the disease, no. Tea with John, no. The mental disease was John. She's got her own version of John. Her husband then, maybe, was John. Like a version of John. No. Because I exist. And it's hereditary. Wait, really? Mental disease and John are linked? Fragile satiety? Mother's struggle with mental disease could well be hereditary and affect my mind and rationality. Oh no. Is that why Mycroft lied? Partially because mental illness is discouraged and shameful to in this era? And on top of that, I might have it? Okay, let's go see the sailors. Alright, I keep thinking this note on the piano could be read, but it can't. Oh, you let yourself in. Hello.
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
He has pink blood on his forehead. He's a Danganronpa.
Prize, I suppose.
You're a fast learner, sir.
Observe the pink blood on his forehead. Pink paint in hair, it's blood. Old and shabby uniform. Surely, even sailors have to keep their uniforms clean. Especially on shore leave, right? No signs of hard physical work. So I'm thinking he's not a sailor. This has to be like a costume he recently bought, because sailors don't keep themselves as shabby, they'd be whipped. Hiding something square-shaped. So is he a sailor artist? A sailor came to my house, declaring that he was my new game. Hands showed no signs of regular physical activity, no corns, no rough skin. But owing to the fact he had an old, worn-out uniform, I assumed he was still in service. Despite hands that have never known a day of work. Had a drop of pink painted his hair, which led me to believe he is somehow involved in the art sphere. I think it's more, he's an artist disguised as a sailor. A drop of pink painted his hair has betrayed him as a man who's involved in the art sphere. His hand showed no signs of regular physical activity, no corns, no rough skin, which is odd. At odds with his mariner outfit. View artist, know my name and where I live. So Vogel best fits the role of the game master. This is obviously the right answer. Consider the tiny square-shaped object that faces his pocket. Deduce he was employed by Vogel's art gallery, and the reason for his visit was to pass me an invitation. I have to get at least one of these portraits correct. I think everyone so far has been wrong. I don't know. The smuggling one might be right, for Paul. But maybe it's less a smuggler that also yachts. Instead more a yachter that also smuggles.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes.
Finally
Could you
got one
explain
right.
How you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet.
It's
A sailor with the
camouflage,
sword
Sean, we
of
would
an artist?
understand.
I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius.
I
I think
got it
he
wrong.
may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
My dear Sherlock Holmes, as you no doubt have already guessed, I would like to invite you to experience my art exhibition. Not only for the purpose of my contemplation of beauty, but in a more general need of your genius. You will find the art gallery at the Caravanserai. Oh, there? Cross at a bizarre street in Hermes Avenue in Old City? Always, your friend, Vivi. Wasn't Vivi the Toreador nightclub owner in the posh part of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? She was nice. Or Vogel.
You won't believe it, but Werner's other idea was to put me in a dress.
Home sweet home, Sherry.
You know, Holmes does seem to do accents, and I can't put him in dresses. So I wonder if his performance would change also?
Mr.
What was
Sherlock
this?
Holmes, I presume.
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estevaux. Happy to make your acquaintance.
The Emilio
I'm here on
Estevez?
behalf of Mycroft, your brother. He's on his way to Cordona.
Oh, no.
In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
So first he says, don't come to Cordona. You're being ridiculous, you're chasing after ghosts, let the matter die, just like Mom did. And now he's saying, I'm coming to Cordona, and while you're here, please tidy something up for me before I get there. I'm listening. Hey son, you put it on top of the mouse cable. I can't move my mouse. You're gonna have to be punished for that insolence. What if I push-ups right now? 2 minutes plank. 100 calf raises. Cat phrases is easy. All you do is stand up on your tippy toes and go, just 100 times. Yeah, come on, do it.
You have my attention, Mr. Estevo.
Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature.
But
the
it's
matter
not
is of no
false.
small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
The status quo? You mean with the Brits holding colonial ownership over here? And we have once gotten people mad at a governor who was forced to resign afterwards in re-election. Which I'm sure was to the benefit of the Crown.
What about the status quo?
The Ottoman population holds a certain animosity towards the colonial rule.
What?
It's been
No
this
way.
way since we took over the island. General Ridley made concessions with their leaders, but I'm afraid we are still teetering on the edge of open hostility.
Oh no, and Sherlock was good. He does disguises and accents. Are we gonna have the Ottoman face to infiltrate and be like, oh no, man, the Brits are awesome. Your leadership, they stink. We should all be happy little subjects for the Queen and country.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city
He's got
bridge
nice
tower.
eyes.
You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
Well, we're not
There's a
cops,
cafe
are we?
just
Just a
over the bridge
consultant.
that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence.
So disguise. Have I got enough bucks for a disguise? I have only 40 bucks. Bucks. It's an M with lines through it. Oh, the pencil? But I need that to take notes.
No, you don't.
It's called something else, like Meniere's or whatever. But I can't remember that, so it's just bucks to me.
Hey.
Is that a green fez? I had no idea they made fezzes that color. Huh. Okay, so where are we going? We could look for more clues at the crypt. I mean, maybe. It's 10 to 4 already, so maybe could end out the night the same way as yesterday by blindly trying to solve this thing. There's a thing at the Chronicle. More stuff for sale with the furniture. What do we have? Love, Death, and Cordona. Who's this? That's Mr. Ridley? My help with a very sensitive matter. Mark Ridley, son of General Arthur Ridley, being blackmailed. Meet the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. Observe for distance. Establish identity and report back to Mr. Estevo at my home. Patio at Primrose Cafe at the western side of the old city bridge in Scaladio will be a good vantage point. All I gotta do is go there and observe, right? Guess we can do that. Primrose Cafe, western edge of the old city bridge. Old city bridge. So someplace here. And this is what, a side stealing? Side stealing? A side mission? Counts as cases. Okay. Going to the west. Ferris Bridge. Where is my cafe?
Nice to see you.
Here, grab a seat.
Oh, thanks, John. They're meeting on the western edge, right? On the western side of the old city bridge, I'm going to save because I bet you that something's going to happen for me to miss out. The Muse from Abroad. Oh, that's Vogel stuff.
You even brought a book, huh?
May I have...
Oh, poor
Same as always.
John.
You just don't give up, do you?
Oh, come on, let's get closer. We can't see anything from here.
No, too early.
So we're just going to sit here all day?
Yeah.
Patience, John. I have a feeling this is more than simple blackmail. We'll be close when the blackmailer leaves, and then...
And then he gets stabbed to death. Stabbed to death.
Oh,
Stabbed to death.
Not a pretty sight, this.
Wait, is his head twisted about? Did he fall? No, the head isn't twisted around. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 stab wounds. And looks like a drop from a height. You were supposed to meet on the bridge, not on top of the tower. Does nobody listen?
Head trauma. Fatal. Gravity is cruel like that.
Goodness. Who's it?
He was stabbed several times before he fell. The shape of the wounds suggest a curved blade.
They have curved blades. So probably not his own knife then. His own knife is missing.
The knife is missing.
Maybe he tried to attack first, being young and impulsive and faced with blackmail. And then got stabbed in self-defense and down he goes.
Oh my goodness. Who's it?
And then we gotta be all, yes, this guy did it, but it was in self-defense, let's help him escape. Number 4.
A key, and where there's a key, there's a lock.
Does he have candy in his boots?
Who's it?
It's almost like he's dancing.
Dancing the danse macabre.
Huh. He does have smears in his boots. Maybe it could be the cranial impact, and so his legs seizured out before he died.
What's happened? Who's it?
Are they still worried about here? Can't they see that this is a sensitive crime scene?
Who's it?
So now it's become Kaoru no Sojo, and if I don't get the piece of paper in his mouth, I get killed 2 chapters later.
A rather frivolous accessory for a military man. Shame it's all bloody now.
No signs of life, no pulse. I'm declaring Corporal Ridley dead.
Nope. That's all I needed. No trespassing. Did they come up here?
Please move along. The police are on their way. Everything's under control.
Your mate's dead.
The General's own son has fallen out of the tower, and not without help, it seems. I need to inspect the scene, and quickly.
The Corporal? He ordered me not to let anyone inside without telling him. But now... Wait, are you saying it's a murder?
Not to let anyone inside. Did he go up the tower? I mean, yes, he did. He fell from the tower, but then you knew and guarded the door? Well, we had the multiple stab wounds, right? Victim profile, stab wounds inflicted by a curved blade. Gravity doesn't do that. And an empty knife sheath?
A brief examination of the body was enough for me to conclude that he was murdered by a blade of Ottoman origin.
You can't possibly be so certain.
Oh, I can be. The corporal suffered deep stab wounds which were inflicted with great force. They were made by a knife meant for cutting, not stabbing. A curved blade, such as an Ottoman jambir or a Gurkha kukri. I haven't seen any Gurkhas on the island, so the conclusion is quite obvious.
Amazing. You do seem more than competent. All right, go in. I'll wait here for the police.
Competent enough to know what sort of evidence to erase. But also, if the knife is deliberately of Ottoman design, that is probably by design, to instigate some kind of racial conflict on the island, probably justification. to increase British military presence and cracked out in control.
Did you see anything suspicious?
No, sir, nothing. Corporal Ridley had to attend to some private matters upstairs. No one went in, no one came out. Oh, but that means the killer is still inside.
If the killer wasn't you.
Are you sure you want to go in alone?
I'm not alone. I have my friend with me.
Your friend? You mean your gun? There's no one at...
Never mind, I'll be fine.
I don't think
Killer's
anyone's going
gone.
to be in here.
Vanished into thin air.
That's not too curved. That's a pretty standard knife. Oh, Ridley's maybe.
The edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean. This blade is a naval officer's dirk. Sharp and well cared for.
Then out the window. Oh, that's where you went. So you had your knife out, slashed or chopped at somebody, then you went stab, stab, stab. I don't know, because there's blood here, right? There's confrontation here. And there's also blood all over the windowsill. I don't think it was stabbed and pushed out. I think he was dragged, rolled over, and then flopped out. Hence all the blood along that surface. All this over cards. Wait, no, that's colorful British money, isn't it?
Exactly 100 mangiers.
Oh, mangier. Oh, the colorful
Killer
mangiers.
didn't touch them.
That's what box looks like. Okay. So what? He came to pay a ransom, then got stabbed because of ransom, not the ransom blackmail. Because the blackmail was a ruse, a red herring. I know all about your latest affair. Meet me in the Old City Bridge Tower. Come alone. And bring 100 bucks if you don't want word to reach the wrong ears. And there's all this. Could I fall down? Could I fall down? Not gonna risk it. Wait a tick. Is that blood on the rope? Or is that just texture and I'm inching myself closer to death for nothing? I can't walk off, okay. A lit cigarette.
This cigarette is still smouldering.
Clear signs of struggle. Mud in the trunk and a sweaty odor.
You
So
smell
someone was
the
in
body
here.
odor, John. Someone's been hiding in here. Someone sweaty.
Unless it's a laundry chest. But then it's a different mystery altogether. The case of the vanishing sweaty pantaloons. There's a nice view from here, don't you think?
Initial fight? Because freshly broken? Good night, Sholmes. Okay, so the last bit has to be body dragged out here. Pushed out? No, dragged out. I mean, clearly, the sailor's going out the window. Maybe the blood marks made it to note that that's where he went, and not that he was dragged over. I don't think the knife is long enough to leave an exit wound, so we'll just chalk it up to artistic liberties then. Because the only options are pushed or stabbed out. It could be both. You chop the attacker, and the attacker goes onto the desk, maybe? And then gets the upper hand and stabs you out? He comes out from here. Muddy boots and sweaty. It's entirely possible that the sailor was waiting inside the chest, hoping for the blackmailer to come in from the front door. No, because he told nobody to come in or out. That was guarded. Comes in from the left, and they're like, oh no, you don't. And then he's like, oh yes, I do. No, I think he didn't know that he was in there, since the cigarette is still lit, so he had time to put it down methodically, carefully. It would have been a surprise attack. Is this you two sitting here together then? I can't quite tell what the stance is. Grabbed his knife. No, that's not right then. He didn't grab his knife because that is the sailor's dirk. You had the curved blade, and you had your own knife. Then comes fight, in which you chopped at somebody, and then he gets stabbed and thrown out. Easy.
Ridley was attacked by his blackmailer, but before being pushed out the window, Ridley managed to wound
All
him.
about the details.
The killer must still be bleeding.
And so, Twilight Princess mode again. It's blood. Blood to go. Out the window, and did he go down the rope or just jump into the sea? We will never know. Well, there is a bloody handprint there, I knew it! Saw it? Wasn't sure that was just texture or what.
Come on, let's take the rope down. I'd rather take the stairs.
All evidence collected. So, nobody saw Mr.
So what happened? Was there anyone upstairs?
No, the killer escaped. We're dealing with a carefully planned assassination.
Nobody saw him flying through?
What can you tell me about the deceased?
We were from the same unit, stationed together at the barracks by the bridge, but I can't say I knew him well. Maybe someone at the barracks could tell you more.
Enemies?
Do you know if the corporal had any enemies? Someone who would want him dead?
No, none that I know of. But then again, there's always the Ottomans. They'd want all of us soldiers dead, I reckon.
They all feel that way about the Ottomans. It's not a huge conspiracy against all of you guys. Oops, excuse me, kids. And the rope comes all the way down here. Pretty much flush to the bridge, and nobody saw anything. There's no snitches here. What is this wicker man? Blood. Blood, blood.
That was a rough landing.
And now he's inside here. Yeah, yeah. Blood.
Wow. Amazing, right?
Pillar of knives. Pillar of knives with a hatchet on top. Does every fresh kill get denoted by a knife in the pillar? Oh, fresh kill?
Aha, a curved knife covered in fresh blood. There we go.
And a symbol of a bird. Is it the Hashashin?
Doubt that this eagle is purely
Eagle?
ornamental.
Altair?
Careful, Sherry. Locals aren't too happy with what you're doing.
I'd better leave the knife here.
Leave it.
Now is a
Don't
bad
touch.
time to ruffle any feathers.
Alright. Photograph mode then. And nobody wants to snitch on no one. Fill up a tower, key, silk scarf in blood. Sign of the eagle with outstretched wings. Significant detail.
Don't! No.
All evidence collected. And nobody wants to talk here, do they? Of course they don't. No one saw a single thing.
Stop that! Don't touch those!
Alright, where to go now then? Case. You could talk to people. Does anybody know this sign of the eagle? Mr. Greenfez?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Go away from it!
You're lucky there is something I know about this.
New entry in John's diary.
Infidel!
Sign of the eagle. Ottomans say it's a symbol of the House Hassan, the most revered family of the old city. That's the western side of the old market city, old city market. And John. More praise from John. One question, one answer. Bravo, Sherry. Alright, old city. Into the market. Just down here. And they do have more furniture for sale. They did say western end of the market, right? Old city market. Western side of it. Old city market? Yeah, alright, let's go. Maybe after checking out what they have for sale. Person on guard, but it's important. I think I might need a disguise. They haven't mentioned it yet, but I bet I do. And mostly I just want to.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right up. Let's pick something that suits you.
They've only got 40 bucks. Maybe an Ottoman headscarf. That somehow raises my British leanings all the way up. Lesser than Ottoman leanings. Only a tiny bit Ottoman? I'm not fooling anyone? Oh, I see, because this outfit is already peak Brit. So that barely affects anything. I don't have enough bucks for a pretty dress. Man. I could rent this one. Mind if I rent it? And I guess that means, yep, I return the worker's apron. That's a facial hair. Should I add some facial hair to disguise? A Shenandoah beard is the most Ottoman thing I could wear. What about makeup? No makeup does anything? Alright, I'll buy a fez then. It's only 10 bucks. And 5 for the beard.
Be careful with what you've taken.
I look local, don't I? You would never know that he's actually a young British
Don't
gentleman.
pass by. Welcome, welcome.
Oriental rugs at a good price. Merhaba. It's a good day for a purchase.
A dressing screen and that's it? But it costs all the bucks I have left, so... Nah,
Don't
sorry.
hurry, we can bargain.
She says we can bargain, but that's not true, is it? There's no haggle in here.
Another knife in the bin.
Ooh, hold on. Another knife, another death paid in blood. No, keep going, keep talking. Where's that ear? Don't mind me, don't mind me. Probably can't walk up on into them.
Another knife in the pillar.
What does each knife in the pillar mean? I mean, it's like a guess, right? Each knife is a killing? Father? No. Imperial Conquest? No. Blood Vengeance. Sail to Balkans, Old Custom. Family Honor. Jack Marge, or Blood Vengeance, came to Cordona from Albania during the Ottoman rule. Some locals find it appalling. Some. But not all. And the Pillar of Knives stands high as a grim reminder of that. Oh no, what if this is actually a local killing and not just making it look like one? What if it is made to look like one because they know they're going to go to the Pillar?
Who's there?
You have no business here. Go away.
Closed to outsiders. Well, good news. I'm not an outsider. It's me, Abu Shizmu.
Who's there?
No? Maybe I've got to talk to people then. It does have a pin this, look for the place, and talk to people symbol. Anything else I can do? No, no, no. Iron key with the number 4. That's probably for the barracks, but I want to check here first.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Stay away from me and from people like me too, or you'll regret it.
John's not gonna like me asking random people questions. Okay, where were the barracks? That's where the bridge was. Silk scarf, Ottoman design, intricate eagle pattern. Was he told to wear the scarf, and that marked him as a target? Use a rope to escape. Station at the Requisition House near the bridge in the Old City. Could ask around about him there. Requisition House, Bridge, Old City. So about here-ish then? That could be it. Wrong bridge. I'm at the market, so this is South Old City. Want to go north first? Who would I talk to? Most revered family of the Old City. Closed to outsiders. But I'm not outsider anymore, I'm just properly. Yeah, see? Almost full-on Ottoman. Maybe I should be more working-class Ottoman? What do you know?
Can I ask you a question?
Interesting. But I've never heard of it.
Didn't reduce John's like of me. That's probably it for my allowance. There's a tower bridge. The Pillar of Knives. So where is the Requisition House? Here?
The barracks are off limits to civilians.
Oh, well, good news. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
The barracks are off limits to civilians.
To civilians, you say? And then what about to Pillar of Knives? Do the soldiery discuss among themselves? Oh, so we could see if they know anything. Well, if the civilians aren't allowed in, what about the cops?
That pillar is a damn eye.
What effect does Pillar having? Wartime? Just give the order? Lost friends? No? Back in Birmingham, near the barracks, Ottomans taunt us? some cruel traditions that exist in our modern world. Jack Marja, or blood vengeance, is one of the most notable traditions in Cordona. People avenge their honor in blood in the most barbaric ways imaginable. Each night for the pillar celebrates a successful revenge. It's frightening. It looks like a shrine of hatred and pain. The worst part is that people can't undo the horrific consequences of this tradition, and are forced to live with them. I got 15 bucks. Casebook. Not Mother's Love, surely. Views from abroad? Oh yeah, I forgot about the art gallery. That's Pillar and Knives done. Clear you out. Back to Love, Death, Cordona. So how about now? Now that I am no longer civilian.
The barracks are off limits to civilians.
And I am a cop.
The barracks are off limits to civilians.
What are you counting as civilian then? I have a key.
The barracks are off limits to civilians.
I guess he means non-military.
Civilians.
Cop. Oh, wait, no. Wait, that's right. That's right. There's sailor uniform. And I just now have more bucks. Market.
Nice affordable clothes. Let's
Had the
pick
right idea,
something
but
that
the wrong
suits
uniform. Bucks. Marine uniform. Seamen all over. I only got 40, I'll rent it. Anything else that might be sailory? Vagabonds? Sailor uniform for sale? Any sailor hats? No sailor hats. Toy pirate. Does count as sailor, but I think let's not push it. Glasses aren't very sailory? What about facial hair? The chin curtain beard is more sailory. To really push the effect. And makeup. I could be, excuse me, a really pretty sailor. Won't change the effect any. Getting beaten up is less sailor than being super pretty. As is being scarred. Deluxe glamour. Let's put some tan for our sailing disguise.
Be careful with what you've taken.
And take the hat off. There. Perfect. Then all the way back up. Is there a closer? There is, right here. So, am I suitably non-civilian enough now? I forgot my headgear indoors, sorry.
You aren't here to relieve me from duty, are you? Oh well.
Cool. Okay, key number 4. They must be like cycling through in and out all the time if nobody has an issue not recognizing me. They got their beer pong. That's how you know it's a barracks. A number 3. A number 4.
Nice. A room after my own heart.
A little austere for my taste.
Can you imagine me wearing that uniform? I think I'd look rather dashing.
That must be the General Ridley and Son. Rise all the way to the top. Make me proud, son. Oh, he rose at the top, all
Rise
right.
all the way to the top. Make me proud, son. Being the son of a general must be difficult.
General's letter. Son, as you are aware, our position on Cordona is that of a man astride a three-legged horse. 2 are manpower and ships. The third, like it or not, is the House of the Eagle. Remove one, and everything will collapse. So would you kindly pull up your damn trousers and start behaving like a Ridley? I have tolerated your escapades long enough, and now I hear you've been gallivanting around the old city. This must stop. Immediately. Ottomans live by their own rules. As long as you respect them, our fragile peace holds. Do not disappoint me. General Arthur Ridley. So, son's got a girlfriend in the House of the Eagle, and that has shamed them, and so they have killed him. And so maybe the general might allow this to happen if it maintains a peace. I could see it happening. Ah, you've been moved, have you?
There are scratches on the floor. The locker was moved.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. He left the candle on. That is not very safe. He's a sailor. He should know better. Morton Bucks, could I take
That's
him?
quite hefty, son. Enough to start a new life.
And so I could take him, right? Morton Bucks for me? Jalan's letter. Since our last meeting, I have been dreaming of our short time together, but my dreams keep turning into nightmares. I fear someone will find out. I know what I said before, but I was wrong. I want the life you promised. I'm ready to escape with you. I will be waiting for you at my house at dawn. Use the entrance with no eagle over it. The servants would expect an Ottoman woman wearing the scarf I gave you. Jalan. So I do have to wear actual dresses. The scarf we took and is bloodied. So I was sort of right. Ottoman uniform, but got the gender wrong.
Two tickets to London. Would have been a very different ending for the corporal's story.
They were so close to escaping. We'll just leave this open for the cops.
Can you imagine me wearing that uniform? I think I'd look rather dashing.
But we haven't gotten the all evidence clues acquired symbol thing, ding dong, have we? Downstairs.
Ridley's blood is on Ottoman hands. I just know it.
What the oh no, they're gonna plan retaliation, that's not right. British fleet? No. Tribunal? No. General will speak? Serve together? Corporal's murder? Revenge. For the murder. Come on, those fit. I can see those all fitting for the right idea.
Ridley's blood is on Ottoman.
Fleet? No. Disobedience? Go to pub? Nah. Take revenge. I have overheard a conversation with Marines. Agitated by the corporal's murder, they were eager to take justice into their own hands. Their officer urged calm, insisting that they must wait for superior orders. But will they listen? I was going to say they're all so well disciplined here. Everybody polishing their boots and guns, but now I'm not so sure. Could do analysis on the scarf. Jelane's letter, need a disguise. Talk to people about the victim I can do. If I pin this. What do you blokes know about the guy what was murdered? You were talking about him.
May I ask for your assistance?
Ah, I know this, yeah, let me help you.
A known Lothario, he has recently entered his promiscuous ways after meeting the One. All evidence collected. Okay, Lothario. But I guess you could still ask around about the side of the eagle. Closed to outsiders. Silk scarf? Is it gonna be an even more complex one than last time? Yes? Oh, just poking me? It seems it is. -3, -4, and 5. Oh, there's a down one too. There's an addition and subtraction by 1. It's 428. I think we can do this. -3. -4 and 5. -4 and -2. So that gives me -3, -4, and -2. I just need to make 7. But they all add up. So I can't just isolate 2 and then try to feed the rest in. Unless... Hold on. I could add... And add... No, that's plus minus. And add... 7 minus 2... -3, -4, 5. A. The scarf is covered in blood. If I create the right chemical solution, I'll be able to create a stain, remove the stains without damage to the fabric. And now that I've cleaned the blood off the scarf, I can use it for the disguise. Can't change clothes here. But there is a clothes shop around here, isn't there?
Don't miss out on my unique clothes. Let's pick something that suits you.
Have you got a dress? An Ottoman dress that I could rent. Female Ottoman outfit. Shawl dressed up and nowhere to go. Thank you, Mason. I could just rent it. I've only got 30 bucks, otherwise I would just buy it for myself. Alright, I'll rent it. So I could use a shawl too, right? But I could probably only rent one thing at a time, huh? If I rent you. Then do I still have the dress? I think so.
Be careful with what you've taken.
Hey, alright. And so let's take the beard off because we're not sailors anymore. And then... scarf. Perfect! I look lovely. And so is the back door, they said, yeah? House the Eagle? Hello, miss?
You are expected. Quickly, come in.
My love, oh, I'm so... Who are you? Where's Mark? Answer me or I'll call for help.
You will do no such thing, Jalen. We both know it.
How do you know my name? And why are you wearing this scarf? What has happened?
A flood of questions, but I only have one answer. Mark Ridley is dead.
No. This cannot be.
I just realized
you're
I
lying.
the
Tell me you're lying.
Keep your voice down, miss. I don't have time for a lady's hysterics. Mark has been murdered, and I believe that the murderer is part of this house.
No, it was a secret.
Everybody
We were
knew.
meeting. We were
Out
How
about
could anyone
town.
find out?
The truth always comes out one way or another, but enough of this. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious here?
No, I heard the servants talking about blood near the main entrance, but I didn't think. This is too much for me. I can't.
Why did you have to be so mean to her?
I wasn't mean.
'Cause he's
now
a jerk.
is not the time for pity.
Is that you or your reptilian brain talking?
Can we talk to you about Bloody Trail? There's no talk to anymore? Okay. So now it's up to the Bloody Trail then. To the main entrance. And main entrance would be here. Yeah? Sympathetic. Wounded. Was it your doing? Blood. Fresh blood.
A bloody trail. Let's see where it leads.
To the wounded man? Nah. It's some blood. Sympathetic, servant, dirty clothes. To here. This is laundry room. So whoever's bloodied up would have fled.
All soaked in blood.
So, killer then, right? Came here having stabbed Ridley several times in the gut, got his blood all over him. Came home, then just drop it off in the laundry room on the floor, Mom will pick it up.
A pile of fresh clothes. How convenient. Well, a fresh shirt is as good a lead as any.
So, think you can identify the killer on the first try?
Do you doubt me?
Could it be someone who was recently wounded? A blood-soaked shirt near a basket with clean laundry. Identify the killer on the first try. Can we do more with the blood trail first? It comes here. And I think that's it, isn't it? Nah, I think that's it. So it is down to IDing the actual killer. Oh, looks so good. I can't be here. I'm gonna get hungry. So yeah, it's gotta be the recently wounded guy then, huh? There's only a few people in here. Dirty clothes. Dirty clothes. So no. Wounded. And a noble, so somebody who would be more interested in the old honor killings. Dirty clothes. And she's friendly. She's too nice to have done it. Nothing else here but laundry. And there's nobody else around, right? We can't go anyplace else? So it's down to these three suspects? No, there's an upstairs. Blind? John? Fake door. Fake door. 4 suspects, then. I mean, maybe the blind noble is like a daredevil. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I think it's the noble with the wound. Yeah? He's got a cut on his hand. Hands are shaking, cuts and scrapes from the struggle. And still shaking because killing is never an easy thing. Knife is missing. You got the 500-yard stare. Hand over face, consumed by guilt or stress. And I'm guessing that's not a hickey, is it? He's got hives. Oh, don't tell me that when he was going down by rope, he had the rope up against his neck. Oh, lucky that's all he... Oh, well, there you go. There's the, that's a smoking gun then, is it? His wound from the sailor knife, oozing through bandage. Culprit is at a House of the Eagle, the House of the Eagle. Judging by his ornamented sheath, he is a sign of the family, wearing a bloody bandage under his shirt due to the missing knife in the sheath. And due to the missing knife in the sheath, he is clearly the murderer. His heart is still racing. And he's still wound up from a fight. He's tried to suppress it, but his body gives him away. So, on edge? Or perhaps remorseful? Still, clear to the culprit. Consequence of his actions, finally seeking in. Everything in his bearing indicates that he is smitten with remorse for what he did. I mean, either way, he's a killer. So either he's got the nerves, and he's trying to hide the adrenaline, or he's covered in guilt. It could be both. But we got the overlay to work, so initiate the vote. Is it on edge? Is it remorse? I think it's both. But who wins out? 40 seconds. And look, it's even over here, so if you want, you could vote off of me. You click a button, that's an overlay over the stream. There, that's the one vote so far, I guess. I guess 100% and 0 is like a meter just numerically. But how would it be if there's like bars that are competing to outgrow each other? Consequence of actions finally seeking in.
What are you staring at, you crazy woman?
Silently leave. Or confront him. He hasn't got his knife on him. I think if I confront him, then he's gonna call the entire house onto me. If I leave, I could finger him to somebody else. I'll confront him. We made it all the way here after all. And so, Sholmes pulls the shawl aside and reveals himself to be a really handsome man.
So, here you are. The wounded eagle in its eyrie.
What the hell? An Englishman here? Why are you wearing a dress?
I hate to interrupt you while you're struggling with your conscience. Perhaps
Achievement,
you ought to
not
admit
his
you
toy.
split before doing the deed.
My conscience is perfectly clear, Britt. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
So he's not remorseful?
Indeed I do.
You got it wrong,
You
then.
are the obedient son of this house. Obedient and wounded. But let me explain.
I am Osai, son of Hassan. You are on my father's property, and you better stop all this jabbering nonsense.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have every reason to believe that you were involved in the murder of Mark Ridley.
Are you accusing me?
Yes, officially. Accuse! What were the means of his crime? Well, this is a new mechanic. Identify the killer on the first try. I identified the killer right away. Evidence. The evidence is, I guessed you correctly. The character portrait. Sign of the family, bloody bandage under his shirt, a missing knife in his sheath. Clearly the murderer. Blood-soaked shirt near a basket with the laundry. There's a fresh clothes. The blood trail. Scarf covered in blood. Won't help me prove it's him. Empty knife sheath, so he was cut. That explains the cut. And he met with the one. General's letter. Sign of the eagle. Photograph of the knife. Photograph of the knife has a mark of the eagle on it. Killer still bleeding. Caught Ridley off guard. Fight ensued. The assailant killed the corporal, having been wounded. I can only pick 3 things. Definitely the knife. The means of crime. The means of crime.
That's right, I am. I recovered the murder weapon. It bears an eagle crest, the same crest that is so proudly displayed within your house.
And a proud house we are. My father speaks for all Ottomans on this island, remember that.
Regrettably, I failed to detect much pride in the callow way you ambushed the corporal.
Out of the chest. The window of opportunity. Hiding inside an empty chest. Caught him off guard and a fight ensued.
It couldn't have been very comfortable for you inside that chest, waiting to catch the corporal off guard. Couldn't you find a better place to hide?
You're a fine one to talk of tactics. You're dressed as a woman.
If you'll pardon the metaphor, he was a fishbone that became lodged in your throat. You had a strong motive to see him dead.
The motive? Oh, there are so many pieces of evidence that could work. Not the blackmail letter. Jelane's letter. Dreaming of our time together. He fears someone's going to find out. I want the life he promised. Jelane was going to escape with him. Marines on edge. Unknown Lothario. Not as promiscuous after meeting the one. I mean, that could be a motive. He was a British sailor who was a womanizer about town, who recently started dating his sister, whoever else she was. I'll say the letter, because the letter expresses how much the sister loved him and wanted to run away with him. Confirm accusation. Yes.
At the heart of this crime is a woman, Jalen. I wonder who she might be to you. Your wife? Unlikely. Your...
Enough! Don't you dare say a word about my sister.
Gotta protect the
It
emotion.
was he who led her to sin. That son of a dog, Mark Ridley. He spat on our traditions and brought shame to our family. His father promised us peace, but I knew how it would be. You feed the crow, it tears your eyes out.
So you risked the peace to right your honor.
I had no other choice. Not that you'd understand, Brit.
Keep the peace, or I have to arrest you. I'm not the cops. I'm just here to find the truth. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We know that the sailors are really on edge, right? And after this murder... See, it wasn't even a very subtle murder. Everybody knows that an Ottoman person did it. And so they're about to riot and pogrom through the old city, I bet. We could keep the peace, but will that really keep the peace? Will that keep the peace? If you have to play politics here, if we give up the side of Hassan, will that placate the sailors and be all like, oh, well, there you go, justice has been served? Or will they be like, oh, that proves it. We knew it was them, pogrom. Either way, we were sent to find out what happened, right? Well, no, we weren't. We were sent to just identify who he was meeting with. And then report back to Mycroft's handler, or the person Mycroft is handling. And so all this extra stuff is just us going off on our own. Even less reason to be the police. But... this is supposed to be like a tinderbox situation. Because the Ottoman population isn't too pleased with having to be under British administration. And the Brits imagine that every single Ottoman person is secretly going to stab them in the gut. And just because one did once, they think they're all gonna, and then riot. So, do we want justice served, or do we want to keep things hidden? Because I think those sailors are going to go with vigilante. And that might be reason to let the truth out. To be all like, alright, a murder happened, but... Nah, what if I go by characterization? We had that whole thing in front of City Hall, right? The memory? Where keeping silent to the governor's lie is the same as lying? Do we want to keep quiet about who killed someone for the crime of being in love? Nah, we came all this way. Inform the authorities, and because this is the House of Hassan and their HQ, we got this nice big courtyard for a big fight to either get him out or get us out.
Azai, you are under arrest for the murder of Mark Ridley. You'll have to come with me now.
First, you sneak into my house.
We'll
and now
put
this,
you down, yep.
We'll put you down like the rabid dog you are.
Gunfight time? Very diplomatic.
I'm coming for you.
Where's my gun? Alright, let's right click first. Not at the gut! Truly a cop brutalizing all these poor people. He's not even a suspect or anything. Ow. It's all over now. Come this way. Come this way. No, no, no. No, come this way. Come to the faucet. No, too early.
Take this.
Oh, there you go. This is gonna do wonders for East-West relations.
The snuff's ready.
Don't cry, you'll live.
I hear more foot stomps. Oh, whoa, wait for that. Because
I'm coming for you.
he had his hands up and surrendered. Do I gotta brutalize him?
Too simple.
Oh, he's got his own thing here. Take the armor off.
I'm gonna hurt you.
Ow.
Overcome him, don't.
Ow. Run.
I'm coming.
He's got a little thing on him here.
I couldn't miss the party.
And this is the last guy, right? Very last one, please.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Well, you see, Mycroft, they just snuck into the house of one of the most notable people in town.
He's all yours now.
And then started blasting all his relatives.
I'm gonna hurt you.
No more crime for you.
You think the Queen
until
don't
next
understand?
month.
John's up there.
Don't. The snuff's ready.
Okay.
Just tap him on the back.
Take a rest, my friend.
And now they're all done right. No more brutalizing the local population. Okay. I can't imagine this being a good outcome.
It's time for you to go to prison, Azai. Come with me, and let's do so peacefully this time.
You'll regret this, Brit.
Just standing here in the corner. arms crossed, watching the entire proceedings. I got +9 bucks. Quartered Eagle confronted him. He confessed to his crime, killed Mark Ridley for having an unlawful affair with his sister. Decided to arrest him. Police can handle the case from here. And report back to Mr. Estevo. Alright, report back to Estevo. Keen eye, sharp tongue, a focused mind. What a display detective work. Not a wasted word. Sherry continues to impress. Oh, my imaginary friend likes me. Somebody has to. Always find a way to defeat the enemies with no loss of life. No loss of life. We just went in to the local high family's house and beat up all the male relatives.
Get out of my face, Britt.
But you approve, right, John?
You did everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
Well, of course you'll say that. You're my figment of my imagination. I've just gotten started an entire diplomatic incident, I bet. That is gorgeous makeup, but I'll have to take it off.
Mr. Holmes, I am in no position to reprimand you, but you should know that your unwarranted intervention will cost us dearly.
I did what I had to do. The killer was brought to justice.
I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. You have undermined your brother's efforts, and now we will have to face the consequences.
Such is the price of law and order, Mr. Estevo. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions.
Law and order? You are clearly oblivious of the bigger picture, Mr. Holmes. There is no point in us discussing it further.
Did I make it even worse? Did I just instigate a whole race riot?
No matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
Good day, Mr. Holmes.
I just instigated an entire race riot, didn't I? Whoa, the Art Gallery could do tomorrow. Stick it in one case. Oh. Oh, they're all upset that we took their son away. I have gotta make things worse. Where's the newspaper? John's diary. Mycroft cursed and scowled. Sherry made the right decision. He needed to be arrested. This is my own consciousness. My subconsciousness? Where's the closest newspaper? I want to know how badly I messed up. Down Bakerville Street? Baskerville Street? Oh, sorry, kids. They gotta keep alert. They should know that... Trattoria? What are you? That Holmes is a monster. What, Whiskers? We can't talk to you, can we? Cool. Okay, just a bit further on.
Extra, extra! Corset or corsair? The yacht race champion was a woman in disguise.
Oh no, they revealed that.
And she denies murdering Theodore Gilden. Interested in some Cordona news?
Yes, please. Striker the Eagle, Corset or Corsair? I'll take them both. And
Check
still
the
have
front
107
page. You won't
bucks.
regret it.
Consequences. Corset or Corsair? In their disregarded decorum and law, Paul Perks, former champion at Cordona yacht racing tournaments, has been revealed as a woman in disguise. The outlandish case involves deception, seduction, a dead businessman, and an elephant in an intricate plan of self-enrichment. Perks has denied all allegations and refuses to disclose her true identity. The imposter's unusual murder defense was that she was too good to be caught, and hence could not be the person responsible. The victim, Theodore Gilden, is survived by his daughter and their unorthodox pet, the aforementioned elephant. The creature was taken into the care of a philanthropist who wishes to remain anonymous. The sudden death of Mark Ridley, son of General Arthur Ridley, has shaken Cordona. The police already have a suspect under arrest. None other than Ozai from the House of the Eagle, a pillar of the Old City community. Tension between the British military and the local population has increased, with already a dozen deaths from multiple clashes on the streets of the Old City. Oh, I thought that by bringing this guy to justice, maybe they might not need to seek their own counter-vengeance. Authorities are working to de-escalate the situation, but it is unclear how long they'll be able to maintain order. Could this be the end of our island's fragile peace? Well, if it is, then I guess the Brits just have to give up on it, huh? But I guess that metaphorical bombshell is where I'll have to call it for the day. We have made more progress, which is good. We have found the one Palau reference that got my eye on this in the first place. So for now comes retreating back to reality where no one can punish me for instigating race riots across the Mediterranean, British-occupied island. And we'll mess it up more and more tomorrow, I promise. For now, who's on? Benra is programming a character creator. Cool. SQ Pact is playing Rosetsu-san. Who else is on? Mr. Shasta, Thomasina. But not too many of the usual suspects. Not tonight. Not even Doc. Where's Doc? Where's Shoopy Doopy? Ah well. In that case, I think I'll just toss you guys on over to Mr. Shasta then. Who's playing a bit more Pokemon, Diamond and Pearl? Oh, there you go. We'll go from one island to another. There's my dashboard. There's a raid command. So, you know the drill. Thanks for hanging. It always means a lot. Glad to have finally found the one Palau reference in the game, but still going to push, this being such. So tomorrow we'll continue, hopefully with less racial tension. Not gonna make any promises though. But we are making forward progress at least, and can continue on that. So for now, have fun, take care, go say hi to Shasta, he's cool people. That isn't a suggestion, go say hi to him. And then see you folks around. Deuces. Thanks for hanging.